Good afternoon. Welcome to our City of Fall River Committee of the Whole meeting for Tuesday, April 2nd at 3:30. I honor that we are holding this meeting on the traditional territory of the Tla'amin Nation and the Tla'amin people. I'd like to make a little bit of an announcement. In recent meetings, there have been uninvited interruptions that have occurred during the proceedings of Council's meeting, and they've been handled in various ways. But today, if that happens, I will be stopping our meeting and inviting whoever is that uninvited contributor to leave the chambers. If that doesn't happen, I will be requesting that a peace officer join us to assist. It's extremely important to the electorate of this city that proceedings of this council be held with decorum and in order. And this council owes it to those people who have elected us to conduct our business responsibly in that way. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Elliott, for joining us. Councillor Dowd, as we see, is on the screen. So to adoption of the agenda, I see we have a recommended addition. That is for a motion to go in camera. Do we have any other additions? Councillor Dowd.
Just unmute myself. Yes, Chair, thank you. I am trying to get to Vancouver for a conference that starts tomorrow morning, and I have a flight that was canceled this morning that's leaving at 5 o'clock. I'm going to have to leave at 5:15. So I have a request that items 7.1 and 7.2 on the agenda be moved to follow item 3.2 to make sure that there's a better chance of my being here to discuss those two important issues.
Thank you, Councillor Dowd. By unanimous consent, are we okay with that, Council? Great, seeing no objections, we're going to move 7.1 and 7.2 to immediately following section 3. With though any other amendments or any other changes to, aside from this one, to our agenda? Seeing none, a motion, Councillor Isakson, to accept the agenda as amended. Councillor Palm, second.
It has been amended, Chair.
Has been amended?
Item 9.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's here. That's item 9, motion to go into closed meeting. All in favor? Well, it's in unanimous consent, didn't we? Oh no, that was the earlier. Thank you. On to number 2, minutes of the Committee of the Whole meeting held March 19, 2024.
I'll move that the Committee of the Whole meeting held March 19, 2024 minutes be adopted.
Second, Councillor Isakson. Any discussion, comments? Didn't take that to be your hand up, Councillor Dowd. All in favor?
I think he wants to say something.
Councillor Dowd, did you, was that you raising your hand?
No, I was just removing a tag from the screen that says there's people waiting in the lobby.
Thank you. All in favor? Unanimous. Delegations, 3.1, Robin Murray, regarding Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms 42nd anniversary, April 17. Mr. Murray.
Good afternoon. Hey. Good to see everybody again. On April 17th, the 42nd anniversary of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms is going to be celebrated. On that day that it was signed into law, there was the Queen signed it into law. The Prime Minister Trudeau Sr. signed it into law. 9 premiers, all of whom are gone except for their Honourable Brian Peckford. And we have the honor of having him speak with us today. He's on the line. Unfortunately, we couldn't get the video link to work. So he's going to be speaking and talking about the Charter and the little bit of the history of it and possibly some of the recent events. So I'm going to hand this over to Mr. Peckford now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I trust everybody can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Robin. And first of all, let me thank His Worship, the Mayor, and the Council for allowing me to have this opportunity. It is rather historic in many ways, as well as it being the 46th anniversary of the signing of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, but it's also the first time that I have been allowed to speak to an elected group, like a council, or a provincial government, or a federal government. Over the last number of years, especially the last 3 or 4, when the Charter of Rights and Freedoms became a very big issue as related to the COVID pandemic, I was prevented from speaking and giving my views on it, even though I'm the only living signatory of that document. And so I want to, first of all, congratulate the Council and the Mayor and the people of Powell River for allowing me this opportunity. Secondly, let me say that this is really the second time that Powell River has done something different than the rest of Canada. Because 2 years ago, 2022, Robin and his group invited me to Powell River to speak on what was happening and on the Charter. And his group rented a municipal building, or theater, to do that. And the Council allowed that to occur. So this is really the second time that I've had the opportunity to be involved with the City of Powell River and the people of Powell River, for which I shall be ever grateful. As Robin said, April the 17th will be the 42nd anniversary of the signing of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms into law of Canada. And so it's a pretty big deal. And the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is part of the larger constitutional act that happened on that day. It's called the Constitution Act 1982, and the Charter is in that Constitution Act 1982. That Constitution Act of 1982 contains 60 provisions, 34 of which are the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And so, like I say, this is quite a historic event when each year April 17th comes around. For the benefit of the people listening to me right now, let me just say a word about what is a constitution. A constitution is a group of rules that a group of people have approved to be the rules that will govern how they operate as a country in this case. A group of rules, a set of rules that a group of people agreed to govern them, to determine the type of government they have, how they will operate, how that government will operate, and so on. And Canada came into being through the first Constitution Act, which was the British North America Act, BNA Act, in 1867. And that was the first written piece that forms the Constitution of Canada. The second written piece that forms the Constitution of Canada was the one I was involved in and the one that we're talking about today. The Constitution Act of 1982, in which is contained a very important 34 pieces of rules and rights and freedoms that remain very strong today. And so our Constitution in Canada is made up of two big written pieces. One called the Constitution, British North America Act 1867, and the second piece, written piece, is the Constitution Act of 1982, in which I was involved, and which contains the Charter of Rights and Freedom. That is not all that the Constitution is, however. The Canadian Constitution is made up of these two. These are the two primary sources of our Constitution. But there's a third source, which is called customs or conventions and precedents that have developed since we became a country and have become so consistent in being repeated over and over again that they have become known as conventions. And they're also part of our Constitution. So our Constitution is both written and unwritten. It's very important for people, for Canadians to recognize and to realize that the reason why the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is so is because until 1982, all of our rights and freedoms as citizens of the country were unwritten law. And what the Charter of Rights and Freedoms did, and why it's so important, is that these freedoms were actually put into law and into the Constitution. That's a big, big deal, because between 1867 and 1982, if the citizens of Canada felt that their rights and freedoms as a Canadian were being violated, they would have to rely upon British common law, because we come out of the British system. That's why the first piece is called the British North America Act. We were part of the British Empire and part of the British constitutional tradition. But the Americans, and because we're on the continent with a bigger country than ourselves, and we always looked to the Americans and to perhaps even the France during the Revolution of 1789 to talk about rights and freedoms for individuals. And the Americans, after they became a country in 1776, 15 years later, amended their constitution to include a Bill of Rights. So they call their Charter of Rights and Freedoms a Bill of Rights. We call ours the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. They had their written guarantees of rights and freedoms only 15 years after they became a country. In Canada, it took 115 years, from 1867 till 1982. So that's why it's really important. It's because it's the first time in the history of our country that we actually put into our Constitution, written Constitution, the rights and freedoms that Canadians sort of took for granted that they enjoyed, even though they were dependent upon unwritten British common law. And it was felt that we should put that in writing in our written Constitution to give it more guarantee, to give it more solidity, to give it more chance of being succeeding and being there to protect every Canadian from coast to coast to coast. And some of those freedoms are the freedom of expression, extremely important. In Section 2 of the Charter, everyone has the following fundamental freedoms: freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression. Listen to this: including freedom of the press and other media of communication. Now, isn't that important and prophetic? Because right today, there's great argument in Canada about the new bill that the federal government is putting through, which is going to limit internet, freedom of expression on the internet. And back in 1981-82, when we were creating this charter, it would actually put in there not only freedom of the press, but freedom of the press and other media of communication. Of course, that's where this whole internet situation would come into play in our Constitution. Freedom of peaceful assembly, like you're doing now today, and freedom of association, freedom to get together with whoever you wanted to. Then there's,
Excuse me, Mr. Peckford.
yes,
I beg your forgiveness, sir. And I neglected to mention at the beginning of your presentation that one of our procedural rules is that delegations have 10 minutes. So I would respectfully request that you gather your thoughts and please condense what else you might have to present to us this afternoon. We have a pretty thick agenda, and out of respect for everyone here, I request that of you, please, sir.
yeah, no problem. All I will say is that I'm happy to be here and happy to join with Robin in making this presentation and highlighting the fact that this Charter of Rights and Freedoms is extremely important, and thank the Council for acknowledging same. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peckford. It truly is an honor to have a retired premier address us, particularly one who is involved in such an event, historical event in our country. And I'll open it up for questions or comments from Council. Councillor Isakson.
Just a quick note acknowledging the proclamation that will happen at the Thursday Council meeting honoring this anniversary. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott, and then the Mayor.
Yeah, I don't really have questions. I just wanted to thank you for taking the time to be part of a delegation and talk about the history of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Constitution Act. I really appreciate your presence here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mayor.
Mr. Peckford, I was living in Edmonton in 1982 when you were doing all the hard lifting in order to complete that. And I can tell you that there was a lot of appreciation that after 115 years, that was finally settled. So the question I have for you, since the charter in 1982, what differences have you seen that it's made in the way that people communicate, either individually, collectively, as well as with elected officials?
Well, what has happened is that as any police officer will tell you, the first thing that they learn now when they go in a police force or the RCMP is that they have to become familiar with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the rights and freedoms that are enjoyed under that, some of which that I mentioned in my introduction. There are other rights too in there, in that those 34 that deal directly with anybody being arrested and how they're supposed to be treated and so on. So one of the great positives coming out of that is that our whole system of administration of justice has now to become familiar, as do all the judges, to be familiar with what is actually written down in the Constitution, and therefore makes it far more certain in its future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, I just, Mr. Murray.
Thank you for having us here. We did have one request. As I look around the room here, I see a number of things on the wall, but there's one thing that seems to be missing: the charter. How could we go about getting a copy of it framed and mounted on one of the walls here, please?
Well, I think as usual, we would ask staff what the answer to that might be. There probably are some technicalities involved. So I wonder if either of our corporate officer, CAO, have a comment.
Through the chair, I don't see any technicalities as to why we couldn't have it printed and mounted. So looking to my colleague here.
Chair, it's council's chambers, so should you wish to have it up on the wall, just direct staff as you normally would.
Well, the only thought I have is that it might invite some discussion from council. I don't know if we want to have that discussion now, but Councillor Palm, do you have a comment?
I just have a simple motion to make in that regard, and that is that we add to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to our chamber wall in the appropriate location.
Second, Councillor Almeida. Any discussion? Councillor Elliott.
I think it's really timely that we have such prestigious folks. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms is so important, and it makes up part of the Constitution Act. I wonder, some other parts of the Constitution Act are equally important, and I wonder how we provide the appropriate balance that the Constitution has with rights and freedoms and responsibilities, and in particular where we sometimes see our responsibilities also outlined in the Constitution perhaps appearing as though they conflict with our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and how we balance all of those in Canada, not just the rights and the freedoms, but the responsibilities as well. And I'm curious about how to reflect all of that if we're just taking a piece of that Constitution Act and leaving the rest aside.
Well, it occurs to me that we have a expert in constitutional knowledge online with us. And Mr. Peckford, I wonder if you might have a comment with regard to that question that Councillor Elliott has posed.
Yes, it would be very difficult to accommodate what the councillor just said. The Charter sort of stands out from the rest because of these enshrined principles. Now, the Charter, like I said, is 34 provisions, not just the freedoms and rights of individuals. It also deals with all of our legal rights. So it covers a lot of territory, as well as, for the first time in our history, the acknowledgement in a constitution of Aboriginal rights and who Aboriginals are, as well as the amending formula, how we can change the Constitution. Up until 82, there was no way to change our Constitution without going to London. Now we can do it here at home in Canada. We are completely, this Charter enshrines us as being completely independent for the first time. So in and of itself, it covers a lot of territory. To enlarge it further would complicate matters, but the Charter is sort of whole and complete in the 34 sections. I think there's only one other place in Canada I know of that is where it's hanging on the wall that I'm familiar with and that I was involved in. And that was the town of Cochrane in Alberta. I don't know. It was a group of people there got together and did what Robin and you people are doing now.
Thank you, Mr. Peckford. And I think that is an adequate answer. At a time of great trouble in our country, in our world, and some trouble here in our community even, challenges certainly that we face, I think this is a symbol of a very high bar that was set back in 1982 for us. And I remember feeling great pride back then as well. So without further discussion, I'd like to call the question. All in favor of this motion? Councillor Doubt? We're not seeing your hand, Councillor Doubt, but I'm going to take that as a affirmative. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Murray, and thank you very much, Mr. Peckford.
Sure.
It's been a pleasure to have you here, both. Thank you.
Pleasure is all mine.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Peckford.
1232, Kim Barton-Bridges regarding intergovernmental work. Ms. Barton-Bridges.
I acknowledge and am grateful that I live, work, and play on the traditional territories of the Tla'amin Nation, whose people have inhabited these lands since time immemorial. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak to you today and for the hard work you do. I know it's hard. I see it every day, and we may not always agree, but I appreciate you all doing what you do. You will have read my letter. I won't read it again. Correspondence from many others has also been submitted, and while not on the agenda, I truly hope you've all had an opportunity to read and review. Recognizing the BC Legislature unanimously passed the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act in 2019, encouraging government-to-government meetings, and for the reasons that Councillor Isakson sets forth in her notice of motion, we implore this council excuse me, to engage with both the Tla'amin Nation and Cathet Regional District to build relationships, share information, and ensure that discussions that advance decision-making are made in duly called meetings of City Council. Ours is a small community, which makes it even more important for the 3 local governments to work together. Show your willingness to work together by voting yes to Councillor Isakson's C3 Forum Notice of Motion. The 2003 Community Accord between the City of Powell River and the Tla'amin Nation is a shining example of how we are leaders. More than any one specific action, the most important aspect of being in a good relationship is the open lines of communication between the city and the nation. This agreement, our Community Accord, is unparalleled in Canada, and many other jurisdictions look to this relationship as a blueprint for what being in right relationship with First Nations could look like. This agreement was re-signed in 2018 after the Tla'amin Treaty was implemented to demonstrate an ongoing commitment to the relationship. There were changes in City Council between 2003 and 2018, yet both councils thought it was important enough to sign and re-sign, respectively. Please, let's keep this good work going and support Councillor Isakson's second motion to establish a working committee. As we mentioned in our letter, there are many benefits to working closely with Tla'amin and strengthening the relationship between the 2 communities, not the least of which are economic in nature. Tla'amin is a major employer here. Nation members live in the city. Tla'amin's successful businesses are thriving and growing. In addition to the economic benefits, we are small communities living in a remote and isolated area, a situation which always benefits from good relationships with all residents. Not only is the Tla'amin Nation the original people of this place, but there are many ways in which our communities interact and can benefit from each other, including through reconciliation. These are challenging times for this region. Strong, positive intergovernmental relations have never been more important. And please, let's put the perceived conflict of interest that has been expressed by a few members of the public with regard to Councillors Isakson and Elliott to rest. At some point, you have to move on to the hard work to be done. Thank you again for listening, and I urge you to vote unanimously in favor of these motions. I want to sort of go off my notes here for a minute to tell you a little bit about me. I worried because I live in Cathet Regional District that, you know, I might not be accepted and taken seriously because I'm not a city resident. And I just want to say we moved here into the Cathet region in 1998. We've raised 3 daughters here. They've all, you know, grew up and went to school here. I've worked and with Success by 6 and got the first Orca bus on the road, and I look around the room, and one of the reasons that just came to mind is, you know, it's a small community. Some of our greatest volunteers are here. I'm sitting with John Brownsell, I know Don Edwards, a lot of people who have been super, super helpful, and they got that first bus on the road. We're the best drivers. It saddens me that we are at a point where the division is so noticeable that it's hard to find a it's hard without the strong governance that we really, really need for us all to just continue working, living, and having good times together without this coming between us. We need your help. We need your help to do that. I've also volunteered with Film Festival. I work with Prisma. I volunteered with school PACs all through the kids' school years. With the Four Tides Hospice Society. I'm very proud of them for changing their name from Powell River Hospice Society and helping as needed in the community. We support the local businesses and the economy in this community every day and have done since 1998. Our daughter and her family moved back here and live in the city and raising their 2 kids. Mondays are my favorite days. I'm with my grandkids. The name of the Cadet Regional District was changed from Powell River Regional District. I have not noticed a difference in my life. The day after the name was changed, I still lived in the same place, enjoy all the same freedoms, the beauty. I guess the only difference is I know that the name Powell River in that name doesn't cause harm to our friends in Clahomin. We still live in the most amazing place on the planet, and I just wanted to add that. That was, yeah, that's who I am. Any questions?
Thank you. I did hear your ask, and so I'm going to turn it over to, unless you have another one, which I imagine you do not. I'm going to turn over to questions and comments from Council. Councillor Palm and then Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. I don't, Ms. Bridges, I don't have any particular questions in regards to your delivery today. Well written, it's well received. But I want to just point out one thing to the public, which you did not mention, and that is, I'm surprised that you still have hair on your head because Ms. Barton-Bridges happens to be the chair of our local ferry advisory committee. And if you don't think that is an onerous job, think again.
We don't talk about Bruno.
She works tirelessly day and night on every interruption to our ferry system. So I thank you for your dedication to our community and appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I also sit on that ferry advisory committee, and it is tons of work. And I'm glad that Councillor Palm brought that up, and give you kudos for that, for sure. That's where I got to know you a little bit. And I wanted to thank you for coming to speak in front of council about this issue. It is a bit of a hot topic. It does cause folks to feel differently and speak out about things. And it's not an easy thing to do, to stand up in front of a council and say what you have to say. And so I want to, commend you for doing that. I really appreciate that. The question I guess I have for you, I guess it's not really a question. It was, I think that Ms. Barton-Bridges in the media held our meetings as an example of how we can still have meetings when things are difficult, and that we continue to have them and we continue to invite people in. And because BC Ferries stopped doing that, and yet here in Powell River, we continue to do that. And she used us here in this council as an example of how to continue to have meetings and work it out as we go and figure it out. And I don't know if folks here know that, but she did. She went to the press and she said, if the city of Powell River can continue to have meetings with all of the contentious conversations happening, then surely to goodness BC Ferries can. So thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. Reminded me I had an opportunity to meet with the Dalai Lama at the same time that Bishop Tutu was in Vancouver. And they discussed a number of issues. And what struck everybody was that in many cases they did not agree, but they maintained a respectful dialogue. So you'd mentioned the angst that you perceive in our community now. Do you think that angst is the result of individuals not being respectful in terms of other opinions, or why do you think it's here as you perceive it?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Wasno. Personally, I think it is our duty to learn more. And I've learned a lot from my kids over the last few years since they've been in university. I've taken opportunities where I can to learn more about the history of Tla'amin here, and I think it's our obligation, every member of this society's obligation to do that. And I honestly believe if more people took that time and talked to elders, participated in a blanket exercise, we're curious. I think there would be a lot more understanding, honestly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mrs. Barton-Bridges. Not seeing any more comments or questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. So we will be on to 7.1 now, and I'd like to turn it over to Councillor Isakson to present this.
Thank you. For those listening online and in the room with the agenda, I'll just read it aloud. Whereas the province of British Columbia has, to this point, provided unclear guidance about the intended inclusion of First Nations governments in Section 90 of the Community Charter, though the BC Legislature unanimously passed the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act in November 2019 and encourages government-to-government meetings, as demonstrated through the community-to-community program funding opportunity administered by the Union of BC Municipalities. Whereas the C3 Forum of Cathet Regional District, Tla'amin Nation, and City of Powell River has been an opportunity to build relationships and share and learn information about the priorities and current activities of each government and does not serve as a decision-making body. Whereas council or a quorum of council often participates in private non-decision-making gatherings at the invitation of other bodies such as Vancouver Coastal Health and the province of British Columbia, e.g. at UBCM, and whereas duly called meetings of City Council are the decision-making place for City of Powell River City Council, where members of the public can observe deliberation, debate, and decision-making unless those meetings are closed to the public under Section 90 of the Community Charter. Therefore, I will move that, and we're at committee now, so I'm changing it a little bit. I move that this committee recommends that council participates in C3 forums and other government-to-government forums, e.g. City, Regional District, City Tla'amin Nation, as relationship building, information sharing, and learning gatherings, and in cases where discussions that advance decision-making among member governments are required, that those discussions are made in duly called meetings of City Council, observing sections 89 and 90 of the Community Charter. And if there's a seconder, I'll speak briefly to it.
Second by Councillor Almeida.
Thank you, Chair. So, this motion, ultimately, this motion is to establish the will of council so that staff can carry out the work at the direction of council. We've had a lot of uncertainty over the past, since we've been elected and even before then, about what meetings might look like and who might participate and how they might happen. And so I want the will of council to be clear, because staff, without that direction, cannot carry out the will of council. There's a lot that staff can do as a part of their operational work with staff, for example, at Tla'amin Nation and the Cathet Regional District, which they do. The 3 CAOs meet and discuss, and other staff on a variety of issues. But government-to-government relations at the political level are just absolutely crucial. When I campaigned for City Council, one of my key messages was related to how I felt that good relations, in particular with Tla'amin Nation, is both a moral imperative and a strategic imperative. I think it's also a strategic imperative to have good relationships with the Cathet Regional District. It is in the best interest of our city at so many levels. We work on servicing agreements. Tla'amin Nation has treaty settlement lands within the boundaries of the city. Tla'amin Nation has expressed very clearly their interest in purchasing the mill site. We have recreation complex cost sharing, resource recovery center, so many things that would benefit from greater information sharing, and if the opportunity or requirement arises to have a decision-making process, that we are able to hold those meetings. I know that, council received a number of letters, and we have a delegation on this topic. I want to be clear, this motion in and of itself is connects to, but is completely separated from a possible name change. This is about overall relationships. I mentioned so many reasons before why those relationships are important. And even from just a basic financial level, other levels of government, in particular the province, has been very clear that when they're looking for funding agreements as it relates to housing and infrastructure, economic development, they are looking for good municipal First Nations relationships. When the public face of our relationships look halted or unclear, we are literally leaving money on the table, and I don't think it's in the best interests of anyone in our community, broadly defined, for us not to be working together. And so this is one motion to establish the will of council. Obviously, we're at committee right now, so the final decision would happen at a council meeting, but I listened in on regional district meetings earlier this week, and actually it was at the committee level where they were discussing something similar. They are seeking to advance and start up C3 meetings again. The timing's a bit difficult. We have different election cycles. QRD and municipality, we don't go up for re-election until 2026. Tla'amin Nation has an election this fall, and so it would be great to get things going and have a meeting before they get into an election mode. And any opportunity for relationship building and information sharing is helpful, but there may also be things that require decision making. And there are a number of aspects of Section 90 of the Community Charter that allow us to have those meetings in a closed meetings. For example, if we're talking about information that related to third parties that would otherwise be covered by FOIPA, items related to land, items related to new services that, if held in public, would be a potential risk to the city. So there's a number of reasons that can make sense for us to potentially go into close, and going into closed meetings also allows us to have those conversations and be very clear about what closed meeting confidentiality looks like. But this doesn't mean that this just lays out all the options, whether they're information sharing and forums and intended for relationship building, or for duly called meetings. And this motion makes clear, decisions happen for this council in duly called meetings, and that doesn't take away from that. So number of reasons that I think this is important, and I just would like to establish will of council so that staff can carry out their work on helping us to operationalize and to make these meetings happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isakson. And I'll just reassert that we are in committee at this point. So now is an opportunity for us to have discussion and ask questions, possibly of staff and of each other. And this will be referred for debate and decision to a council meeting, I'm presuming 2 weeks from now. So Councillor Elliott, and then Mayor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Isakson. I think it's a very well put together motion. The information is very clear. The process laid out in the motion isn't really changing anything, but more reaffirming the commitments that we've already had through our community accord, and trying to bring back a practice of meeting regularly. And it highlights how we can handle conversations that are sensitive for common nation with and still uphold our own laws, and is publicly putting that out there and explaining to people how that might work. That's always been the options that we've had. It's not really changed. We've just had to be a little more thoughtful about when we need this procedure or that procedure to work in a way that is collaborative with another government who does not have the exact same legislation as we do. So many of the rules that we have are not rules that common nation are subject to. They are our rules and our job to make sure that we are upholding them. So when we have a request that might be a little, harder for us to meet with our own rules, we just have some clarity through this motion as to what our options and tools are, and that's the same as they've always been. So reaffirming and providing our commitment to moving forward with the relationship with the Common is an excellent idea, and I thank you for that motion.
Thank you, Mayor, and then Councillor Doubt.
Thank you. I was going to mention the community accord, but Councillor Elliott has explained that, and we heard earlier that it was renewed in 2018. So I was somewhat surprised to see this motion, and only because I'm not aware of any instance where staff has felt they did not have full support of council in terms of negotiating and entering into discussions with Claman for additional meetings. And so I'm going to ask the CAO if in fact staff felt that they did not have the support of council in order to pursue this type of activity.
Through the chair to council and your worship, I think that staff has, as one of you have rightly pointed out, continued with staff-to-staff work with the support and knowledge of council. Where it does get a bit tricky for us is with the discussion around C3 and whether meetings take place and how they take place in open versus closed. So that is very much a political decision, I think, that this is a little bit nuanced on in terms of how we set up meetings.
Thank you. I just follow up that I'm aware that this issue was taken to the provincial government, and the CA may want to comment on, in fact, the minister responsible did issue a press release on this subject, and would like, if you'd like to comment further on what she said.
Through the chair to your worship and council, in the case of the letter from Minister Kang, I think that's the one you're referring to, where council advocated for clarity from the province, and I think other municipalities have, about changes to the Local Government Act that would provide clarity. She encouraged us to continue. However, I can see that for some members of council that may or may not have been sufficient. And what I've been seeing is different local governments have different interpretations of how to navigate setting up meetings with their First Nations government counterparts. That's at your discretion how we proceed. And in terms of the direction that staff need for meetings, C3 meetings and participating in them, similar to how the QRD currently do. I believe the QRD, I'll look to the QRD board members, did some kind of motion around that before I was around. Is that correct? Thank you.
Councillor Doubt may be able to answer that question, being a city representative on the board.
I could answer the CAO's question when it's my turn to speak.
Okay, is that sufficient, Mayor? Councillor Doubt, you're next on the list too.
Yeah, and I want to talk about actually three different things right now, and just the first two are just information to clarify what we're talking about. And I thank Councillor Isakson for letting us know that this motion and the following one are not motions about a name change. their motions about the relationship between the city and the Tla'amin Nation and the regional district government as well. It's not about, neither one of them is about a name change. And I want to say that the other thing that was talked about with Ms. Barton-Bridges earlier was relationships within the city and between people in the city. And frankly, I've seen the dysfunction in those relationships building over the last year and a half, frankly. And I've been doing some reading about those things. How do you get through change in the community? How do you communicate, and how do you make that communication functional and respectful on both sides? And I just want to say that there's nothing I've read about how I could convince anybody else to become more functional and to listen more. The only way we can change the communication is doing something within ourselves. And I'm asking people in the community to join with me and try to listen to others that have differences of opinions with respect and with attention, and try to find ways to come together based on what people are saying. And I think that's important in the community. So as far as these motions go, and this one would follow a similar motion by the regional district that was made just last week, we haven't had a chance to report on that yet, was that the regional district approached the Tla'amin Nation and the city in efforts to get a C2 or C3 meeting going ahead, and they would like it sometime before July, hopefully before the Tla'amin election, but if not, by the end of the year. So we weren't too specific on when that was. Now, previously, and the CAO has talked about the point of view of what can be in camera and what can't. I was one of the people who thought that Minister Kang's letter was very inconclusive. It said, go ahead and try, and it didn't actually give me a lot of comfort that we would have the backing of provincial government if we got into in-depth discussions in a closed meeting with the Tla'amin Nation. My opinion on that has changed. One of the reasons is what I've just said about actually it being more open and being more willing to listen to what others say, and to find a way to do that. And I see the C3 meetings as a way to increase communication between the Tla'amin people and the city and the regional district in a positive way. I also become aware last week of a legal opinion or a legal decision between the Kitts Point Residents Association and the City of Vancouver. The Squamish Nation, I believe that's the correct name, is developing some city land or some land that belongs to the nation in the heart of the City of Vancouver, right at Kitts Point, where the Burrard Bridge goes across. And the Kitts Point Residents Association was going to court and trying to have City Council's decision overturned. And the decision came out not too long ago. And at paragraph 182 of the decision, it talks about the interest of the city, and the interest of the city being including a good relationship between the city and the nation, and particularly the city and the nation, where the nation owns land within the limits of the city that they might want to develop and they have their own control over. And finds that in-camera meetings were within the law, right up to the point of having a vote on a bylaw. And that has changed my opinion on whether or not we could have those kinds of meetings with the Tla'amin Nation. I think joining together and listening to each other and talking to each other in a respectful way is important. I think it's more important now than it ever has been. And with this new information, I'm in favor of this motion and the one that follows, because I think we need to find a way to get that communication happening. So I'll be supporting it, and I hope the majority of the rest of council will too.
I have a comment. In respect of making a clear and unequivocal statement that I feel this motion is, I think sometimes we need to do that to make it clear what our positions are. I, looking in the mirror, have been famous for trying to find the middle road, and sometimes that means not really being committed to one thing or another. Well, it's not that I'm not committed, but I try to remain of the appearance that I'm open. But sometimes there are commitments that we must make that serve the interests of us all. And then we find our way from that starting point. But I think in our recent past, we have been floundering a little bit because of not being certain how to make our way forward. So I welcome this, and I welcome our further discussion of it at council, because it feels like a starting point to me, and I truly personally miss the C3 meetings. I really enjoyed what we were able to achieve through simple discussion and meeting together over previous years when I participated in those. So if I don't see any further discussion or Councillor Elliott, then Councillor Palm.
This would be my second time, so if you wanted to go with Councillor Palm first, that would
Yeah,
be
Councillor Palm, then Councillor Elliott. Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
Sure, thank you, Councillor Elliott. First of all, I want to say this is a very difficult topic to talk about in our community at this present time for all the various reasons. We all know why. It's not simple. And when we sit up here talking about this, and if somebody makes a mistake and mumbles a word and finds a news release on BCTV, and the harm that that's doing in our community, into particular individuals, our family members, it's very, very sad. And I've said that numerous times, that we're in a sad place right now in our community. Make no mistake, I've been here over 15 years. I was here at this table when 3C meetings commenced. I attended every 3C meeting. They were open. There was constructive dialogue on issues that affected all three parties, the RD, the city, and Collahuman. And we came away from those meetings with an understanding of the various issues. And we were able to take them back to our various tables of business and discuss them and make decisions and vote on those particular items. That's the way 3C meetings were conducted since their inception. They were a good step forward on reconciliation, on communication, friendship, thoughtful input. Now, every councillor that's sitting at this table today ran in the current election when they were all elected on a transparent and communicative process for city residents. So where did we slip off the slope? Well, I hate to tell you, but I was part of last term's council when the decision was made to go behind closed doors and propose a concept called the Joint Working Group that came forward with 11 particular items, numerous public events at our complex, where basically one side of the story was told and our city residents did not have a great deal of input.
Councillor Palm.
Sorry.
With respect, Councillor, it was made very clear that this motion is not about the name change and
explain where we are in this process, Chair.
Okay, you're getting dangerously close to a topic that will complicate the topic that we're in right now. Thank you.
I'm not going to go down that slippery slope of discussing how we got here, but it's very saddening to me. So when we refer to, as Councillor Isakson referred to today, Section 90 of our community charter. And I want to be very clear. The community charter is the Bible we live by, the laws of the land that we are elected to abide by. In the community charter under Section 90, we cannot have closed meetings with other forms of government. Cohaman is another form entity, all of their own. Remember that. And by going behind closed doors on a 3C meeting, as Councillor Isakson is recommending here in this motion, is against the law of the land presently. And we've asked the government to work and change that language in our community charter under that section so that we can operate behind closed doors on certain issues. That hasn't been done. You have to ask yourself why. Why hasn't the government picked up the torch? Because this is not just about Powell River. This is about our entire province and how we conduct business in every jurisdiction of this province. It's bigger than Powell River. I can tell you that. So the government is very watchful of what we are doing here because it will affect so many. That's why this is so important and so convoluted. It is not an easy topic to deal with for any level of government or any council anywhere in the province. So, Councillor Isakson, I have a question for you. How many 3C meetings have you taken part in?
I think there's been one since we've been on council.
Was that an official 3C meeting?
I don't remember what the it was a long time ago. I don't remember the mechanisms.
Yeah. So it was very, I don't think it was an official 3C meeting because it was not open to the public. So when the joint working group had their meetings, there were 3 members of this council allowed to attend because you cannot have a 4th member or else you have quorum and you are representing council. So when we go to 3C, that's why they're all in the open meeting concept, because we are all there. So I'm just trying to point out the problems we're dealing with here. So when Councillor Elliott is advocating for behind closed doors meetings in 3Cs, right now that's against the law. Let's be perfectly clear. And I will not break those laws. I will not let myself break the law of the community charter presently. I'm sorry. The mayor has asked the question today. What came back from the government when we asked that? And he said it was quite vague. And it is, because nobody's moving quickly on this. And that's why we're still here, mired in the mud. Councillor Dowd has referred to legal opinion in another jurisdiction. Well, I haven't had a chance to study that, so I'm not going to speak to it, but I'd certainly like a copy of it to see where that lies. Councillor Dowd has also said today, in quotes, find ways to come together. I'm all for that. But there is a way we can meet right now. It's called 3C. It's called an open meeting, dealing with issues that affect all 3 parties. Our staff is still dealing with First Nations and the RD on issues that around our tie-in to our new sewer plant. They're dealing with servicing the airport land that Cohaman owns. They're dealing with art sites through our community to get the go-ahead so that we can, for example, fix our seawalk. All of those things are ongoing. They're not independent. We're still talking, we're still communicating. That's why we have staff paid the big dollars. Work is being done. So I think I've said enough on the topic. You know where I stand. And I'll be expressing myself when this comes to council in 2 weeks, and you can come back and hear me say the same thing again. But right now, presently, the laws of the land do not allow 3C meetings to go behind closed doors. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palm, and I'll just reassert that we are in committee at the moment, and thank you for keeping it to discussion. Councillor Elliott, then Councillor Doubt.
Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to provide information that was asked for by Mayor Wasnow, and also I wanted to speak on my own behalf that nothing I advocate for is illegal. I always am within the law. I have a ton of experience in constitutionally protected Indigenous rights and how that applies to all of the legislation that we have. And so I object to someone saying that I would advocate for something illegal. All of the working groups meetings were legal. Everything that we have done has been legal. So the tools that we speak of and are encouraging folks to do, well, maybe not defined well in legislation, have been defined by the early delegates' point that Aboriginal rights and titles exist in Canada and are protected, and that Common has a treaty and is a level of government within our community. Councillor Palm indicated that we are not supposed to be meeting with other levels of governments in camera, and that is actually the opposite. Our legislation spells out how we are allowed to be in camera with other levels of government. It just simply does not spell out First Nations as a level of government. If you take the fact that we've had a treaty since that legislation came out, and that the treaty clearly defines them as a level of government, and you take the Interpretation Act and how it spells out how you're to interpret existing legislation when it comes to constitutionally protected rights, and the newly done declaration by the province for UNDRIP, you apply them by interpreting how they interact, and it is not really lawful to discriminate against the Common Nation as a government simply because they're not listed within our legislation. And so that's that could be interpreted by a lawyer if you like. I'm fine with that. But anyway, I wanted to read out the motion we made at UBCM as the Kasat Regional District, and it is on the Thursday, March 28th, Regional District boardroom agenda, because it came up at that meeting last week. So the motion said, whereas First Nations are constitutionally recognized as a level of government in Canada and British Columbia and have the inherent right to self-government, including decision-making over their own lands, resources, and governance through the provisions outlined in the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Provincial Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. And whereas Section 90 of the Community Charter provides for the ability for confidential government-to-government negotiations, but does not include First Nations in this provision. Therefore, be it resolved that the provincial government be called upon to amend Section 90 of the Community Charter in consultation with First Nations and in alignment with the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act to recognize First Nation governments as a level of government, thereby recognizing and affording equitable protection for government-to-government meetings on par with other levels of government that are already listed within this Act. So it wasn't a request to treat Indigenous governments differently, but rather to treat them the same as every other level of government, which is fair and right under the laws and the Constitution of our country. The provincial response did not deny this need. What they said was they were needing to get it right. And this is their actual response to that. Ministry of Municipal Affairs, government is committed to true lasting reconciliation with First Nations in BC by fully adopting and implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The province also recognizes the importance of ensuring local governments and First Nations can engage in a manner that respects the need for certain information to be held in confidence. The ministry continues to examine this issue to understand the scope of topics and circumstances that local governments may wish to see included in a broadened authority for closed meetings with First Nations. In considering amendments to the closed meeting provisions of the community charter, the ministry will need to understand the implications and to strike the right balance between the openness needed for transparency and accountability to the public and confidence that supports intergovernmental relations with First Nations. In undertaking this review, the ministry recognizes the importance of balance, the transparency and accountability principles of the local government systems with the need to support and facilitate strong relationships between local governments and First Nations in British Columbia. So what they're saying is, you bet we need this, and we need some time because we need to get it right. That particular resolution that the Cassette Regional District brought forward to UBCM was fully endorsed. And so all municipal governments across British Columbia participate in the UBCM convention, and the majority of delegates there felt it was important to bring our legislation in line with the legal reality of our responsibilities to treat Indigenous governments as governments and afford them the same privileges as other governments. So that's the information that was asked for. And what we have is an outdated piece of legislation that we need to interpret along with other legislation to enact it appropriately. There is case law coming out as we speak. Councillor Doubt mentioned the Kitsilano Ratepayers Community Association versus the City of Vancouver regarding their development there. The courts upheld the City of Vancouver's decisions, and they were not they were allowed to be in camera to make the decisions that they did. And so that's one piece of case law. Others may develop. I think we will also have the province amending our legislation to tell us exactly how to do this. We haven't got that yet. But one of the things they're looking to is things like our community court and the way municipalities meet their needs and seeing how their legislation can fit the needs of municipalities. So my appeal to the community is to continue to learn as these things unfold, to realize and recognize that it isn't a good idea to treat Indigenous governments differently than we would treat other levels of government. We want to have parity in that area. And I'm in favor of us doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Councillor Doubt.
Yeah, so I don't want to be too repetitive. Councillor Elliott has discussed the Regional District's UBCM motion and the response from the provincial government, which was far from clear and unequivocal, in my opinion. But then we have the recent Kitts Point Residents Association versus the City of Vancouver lawsuit, in which the judge was not equivocating. The judge was very clear. And he said, given the city's interest in its relationship with the nation, it was incumbent on the city to recognize the historical and legal context of the development of an interpretation of the Vancouver Charter, which is Vancouver's legislation that is equal to the community charter that we work under. The interpretation of the charter is consistent with UNDRIP and DRIPA legislation, and interpreting that with the Interpretation Act, which is a law of Canada, that means that it was okay for the city to have in-camera meetings to talk about that development that was going on there. That answers the question for me. That's why I'm in favor of going and sitting down with the Tla'amin Nation and figuring out how we work out a way to do that and to get that communication going. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doubt. Mayor.
Thank you. We know there's been a lot of words salad from the provincial government on this issue. And I just want to be clear, when I read the motion that's being put forward, it specifically says that in the meetings, we'll observe section 89 and 90 of the community charter. So to me, that's very clear cut. We will rely on our CAO to advise whether or not a particular issue that was on the agenda would not meet Section 89 and 90 of the Community Charter. So to me, this is simply a way of, as stated earlier, reinforcing to our CAO that we want to do whatever is required to proceed with discussions, either C2 or C3. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So not seeing any more discussion, I think we have shared a lot of very interesting information here that we can chew on for the next 2 weeks. And by unanimous consent, I'd like us to send this to council then. Seeing no objections, to council. And on to 7.2, Intergovernmental Protocol Working Group. Councillor Isakson.
Thank you. I'll read the same as I did before. Whereas Article 3 of the Community Accord between City of Pell River and Tla'amin Nation suggests working groups as a way to maintain relationship between City of Pell River and Tla'amin Nation. And whereas working groups work together on issues of mutual interest and make recommendations to and seek direction from members' respective councils as they carry out the work. I'll also reiterate all of the other whereas clauses I made in the previous motion. And I'm going to update the wording again because we're at committee. I move that the committee recommend that council appoints Councillors Almeida, Doubt, and Isakson to an intergovernmental protocol working group intended to gather regularly with elected representatives from Tla'amin Nation with an initial purpose to develop a terms of reference for such a working group, including working on recommendations to update community accord protocols to be brought back to council for deliberation and potential adoption. And if there's a seconder, I'll explain a little bit about this.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. This just goes a little bit further. I think there are many reasons that we would be meeting about things in C3, but sometimes it's helpful to work things out in a small group and not to make decisions for council, but to work on things to bring back to our councils. Again, council meetings are where decisions get made, so decisions don't get made at working groups. Again, this is to reiterate that while staff have working relationships at the political level, we also need to find a path forward. And so sometimes it just helps to have a, rather than waiting for full meetings of council where we can be all 7 together, that we can roll up our shirt sleeves, test out possibilities with each other, and come back to our respective bodies to have discussions and decisions. So this motion doesn't outline where this working group might go to. It's very clear that the first job of a working group, our position, again, because we can only speak for our council if this moves forward, that our position would be the first task would be to develop a terms of reference to make it clear how those meetings operate, how they're communicated, how they are held and where and for what purpose. The only thing that this motion is specific about is related to working on recommendations to update community accord protocols. I was reviewing the protocol, what is it called? I'm missing it now. Our protocol agreement outlines different working groups that should exist and how often they should meet, and those are not happening right now. And so we definitely need those to get a review. But otherwise, this motion is vague on purposes, but having a working group get together and test ideas with Tla'amin Nation, have a bit of a back and forth, and then based on what might be possible, bringing that back to council and for discussion and decision making as would normally happen. So this is a way for us to move things forward at a political level, perhaps in a way that's a little bit more expedient, But again, always coming back to council for decision. This is a working group. It's not quorum. It would not have authority to make any decisions, but it would be able to deliberate, brainstorm, and come back to our respective bodies with recommendations. I named 3 people in the motion. Councillor Almeida, you were out of the room briefly, but I named Councillors Almeida, Doubt, and myself. I think in putting names forward, I want to perhaps, for example, with Councillor Almeida being newer to council, help build stronger relationships for people for whom these are newer. Having a bit of experience with a joint working group, and Councillor Dowd is always quite his knowledge on protocol runs deep, and so would appreciate his perspectives. And I interested in hearing the conversation and seeing if we can pass this motion to refer it to council for decision.
Again, I'd like to remind us that this is committee, so we are in discussion and asking questions at this point, and we can debate both the tenets of this motion and also the 3 names that Councillor Isakson put forward at council. Mayor, and then Councillor Doubt, and then Councillor Palm.
Thank you. I have a question for both Councillor Isakson and for our CAO. So maybe in response, if Councillor Isaac can go first and then followed by the CEO. The question is, have you had any discussion with elected or unelected officials of the Klama Nation with regard to this proposal and how it sat with them?
Yeah, I did reach out to Haggis John Hackett because putting forward something that Klama Nation would not support is kind of moot. So I reached out with a vague idea of what I thought could be possible. I heard his perspectives, but he didn't see the final motion and was not aware of the names that I named tonight.
Did the CEO have any discussions with her counterpart?
Through the chair to your worship and council, not relating to this. Sorry. Thank you.
The other question was with regard to respectful protocol. If we knew whether or not the Haggis would be sitting on this committee if it went forward, then it would be appropriate for the mayor to also sit on it to show respect in terms of the composition of the board. So we'll leave that for further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Doubt.
Yeah, thank you. And I think this is a reasonable motion. We need to, at some point, get together, in my view, and get the C3 meetings going. And in order to do that, I think it would be reasonable to sit down together in a small group and work out some terms of reference, some protocol agreements about how we can schedule the meetings, how we can work it out, maybe some discussion around how we can go into closed meetings if we decide to have those. And with thanks to the suggestion, I would be willing to serve on that committee. And I'm running into the shortness of time here, so I just wanted to get my point of view across before I have to leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doubt. Councillor Palm.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just clarification on the motion that is on the floor. I have one motion on my screen. Councillor Isakson, did you make an amendment? Did you want to make an amendment to the motion that's on my screen?
I just made, through the chair, I clarified that this is a committee. So I said that committee recommends at council. So we're not at a council meeting. So I did that. And then I specified the 3 members. So it mentions 3 members, and I just I threw those out there as a starting point for discussion. And so those were the 2 small changes, but the rest of the language is the same.
So my question is, do you want to make an amendment?
I've made a motion, so
Oh, so you included those three names?
yeah, I included those three names in the motion. Yeah.
Oh, interesting that we're asking for 3 members of council, which is not quorum, meet. And I guess I'm assuming that these meetings, are they open to the public?
They're not meetings, so they don't need to be, no. Not meetings as in they're not council meetings. Meetings are defined in sections 89 and 90. They're not a meeting, they're not quorum.
I think it would be important to the public to know whether they're behind closed doors or open meetings you're proposing.
They're private, they're not open.
Maybe I'll address this, if I may,
Sorry,
Councillor Isakson. A working group is a working group. So it is something that basically does work to bring back to council for discussion that then would be in open meeting.
So I'm just going to follow up my previous statements earlier, and that was, in my opinion, what came out of our working group was not in the best interest of all of our citizens that we're sitting up here to represent. I'll just leave it at that for this point. And I would also second the mayor's comment that if Chief Haggis is on the committee, that our mayor should also be on committee. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. I do think this is a very timely motion. I feel like it, proposes a way we can move forward given the situation we're in at the moment. And moving forward in a good way is really, really important to the relationship between our city and Common. I think that hindering the ability for us to move forward hasn't been working so far. So we need to do something different. And the way the work of the previous working group is being portrayed is not accurate, in my opinion. There were no decisions made by that working group. Everything was put forward back to council in a report with recommendations, and those recommendations are for us to deliberate and decide about here with everybody involved. I did find that the working group that I participated in was a good way to do really hard work. I don't think protocol heavy formal meetings are necessarily the best way to get all your work done. So refining recommendations that are coming forward from a working group is a different kind of thing than having a council meeting. And so it is a good way to do work. I think we get to see everything they talk about come back to us. If they think it has merit, they'll come back to us with some recommendations that we can then deliberate through our formal process. And that's a perfectly legitimate way to carry out government. We're a very small community, so we're not really, haven't had a lot of opportunities to get really complex stuff done, such as they do with other levels of government. So the provincial government has negotiated entire treaties where the wording comes back to government and has an official process, but not the negotiations and all the discussions are not open. They're handled through years and years and meetings to get to a place where we think we have something we can forward for decision. And it's not really possible to do all of those discussions in a formal way. It just gets in the way of getting anything done. So I think this is a really good proposal. I think working together is the point, and having a working group does that. And we don't need to worry about what might happen in that working group because decisions are not made there, they're made here at council. So I support moving forward with this to council.
Councillor Isakson.
Yeah, I wanted to address Mayor's question or comment about, if Haggis will be on this committee. I don't know who Tla'amin Nation would send to such a committee. I think you, Mayor, as spokesperson of council and of the community, you have an existing formal intergovernmental role that you can play, for example, with RD Chair Clay Brander and Hagus John Hackett, and those that remains true. This is this is a specific way to move forward with a couple of members of council to again explore some ideas and bring anything back to council to deliberate. But it doesn't take away from your existing role as spokesperson for council and as mayor and as a elected head of this government.
Councillor Palm.
I'll just add that any committee that struck in this regard, so many key important issues on the table, should have the mayor present at any discussion at this level. And I think he's on the right track in that regard. And secondly, I just have to say, hearing your discussions on the first item, which was D3 forums, there would be no need for item 7.2, Intergovernmental Protocol Working Group, if Clahaman would simply agree to 3C meetings in the open, as they have been done for the last 12 years in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, I would suggest that by unanimous consent, we send this to council. I am also glad to see this happen. And it is spoken to on the community accord.
Point of order.
Sorry.
A motion has been made and seconded, so you really should call the motion.
We have oh yes, we have had a motion. So
and quite frankly, we did that for the previous one, and it probably hasn't been properly addressed either, because these are actual motions on the floor, so we need to call the question.
I'd like to clarify this with the corporate officer, please, because these kind of decisions should be made in council where
that's why the motion said that it is the committee's recommendation to council.
Oh.
It wasn't a council decision being made to send it to council.
So we are now voting to send this to council. All in favor? Or are you making a comment, Councillor Palm?
I have a problem with this motion with the three names involved, because we had no prior notice. The three names that are now mentioned in this motion would be brought forward here today, and we were certainly not able to give it any thought prior to it coming into the chamber here today. So I am not going to speak in favor of this motion, simply because I believe the mayor should be part of this motion. And sorry.
I want to bring us to order here, please. And we are voting on a motion to send this to council.
As far as procedure,
where we can debate,
off the cuff,
we can debate who the three names will be.
Well, that should be done at the
by amendment.
Council meeting.
And so it shall be. Councillor Palm. All in favor? Opposed? One opposed. Motion carries. Thank you.
Chair, I have to leave, so thank you for moving this up on the agenda.
Thanks, sir. Thank you, Councillor Doubt, and safe travels to you, sir. We're at 5 o'clock. I think we'll take a 5-minute recess in case there's anybody who has seen what they want to see here, and we'll be back at 5:10. Thank you. Okay, on to correspondence. I see 4-1 email received March 7th from Carrie McKellar regarding lights out bird migration. Any discussion or comments, Councillor Isakson?
Yeah, this brought up a question for me, and it may be something that staff need to get back to us on. I have heard complaints about lights on our sewage treatment facility that are on all night and quite bright, that are visible from town site residents. And so when I think about things that the city has control over, I may not have the right staff here, but do we have any existing policy on lighting of buildings at night?
The chair to council, not that I'm aware of. However, this is something that operationally we can look into those recommendations right away. And there is also the opportunity to look at this as part of the overall community visioning through the OCP in terms of broader look at dark skies and sensitivity to wildlife.
Okay.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. The concept is wonderful. It seems to me that it might have a lot of operational implications. And what I thought might be helpful is to send the concept and the letter to our official community planning process to see whether there are ways we can be more friendly in the way that is suggested through our official community plan or policy or whatever. And so I don't know that it needs I think it's a good idea to be as friendly as we can. I don't know what it means for us. And so thanks.
Through the chair, I have a little bit of experience with this, both from my time at the District of Lillooet with their OCP process way probably over 20 years ago, and then also more recently with the City of Nanaimo, where we did ensure that we were engaging a range of different experts, also the needs for different looks at safety and security and balancing that with I'll call it dark skies, but it has the same intention for wildlife. So I think that would be something personally I would have anticipated we'd be looking at through the OCP. So this is timely. However, I do think immediately we can look at what we're doing operationally. Thank you.
I have a question, and that is, I think you've kind of half addressed it already, but would it be possible just to forward this possibly to operational staff just to see what they could do without really spending a lot of time?
Through the chair, absolutely. This is exactly the intention.
Okay, thank you so much. 4-2, email received March 22 from Jim Blom and Sherry Burton regarding defeated motion for legal opinion. Any comments or discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Just to make you aware, Chair, that if the letters to be discussed more than just to be accepted, I would have to declare conflict, because I did on the decision that is being referenced in the letter. I declared conflict for that and I would have to leave. So other than to just accept it, if we're going to have a conversation about it, I need to leave and declare conflict.
Seeing no other conversation, obviously, and understanding that when we adopt the agenda, we have also received the correspondence in it. I don't think that would be necessary. So on to 4-3, email received March 26 from Steve McDonald regarding March 21 motion. Any discussion there? Seeing none, I'd like to proceed to 5-1, overview of bills. This is reports, overview of bills 44, 46, and 47. Director of Planning, Mr. Gao.
Good afternoon, members of council. The purpose of the report before you today is to provide this committee with an overview of bills 44, 46, and 47, and a summary of the associated implications for the city of Powell River. Just a little bit of background. This was actually one report when we started, and it became so cumbersome we broke it into two, and that's why the first report is for information. It's a high-level summary of the three bills that make up the Housing Action Plan, And then the second report is a deeper dive into Bill 44 and the implications and associated recommendations on how best to address compliance. And for that report, I'm going to be joined by my colleague, Rachel Pukesh, to help me present some of the more detailed analysis of Bill 44 implications. On November 29th of last year, the Legislative Assembly of BC passed Bill 44, 46, and 47. This legislation formed part of the province's Homes for People Action Plan, is aimed at achieving more small-scale, multi-unit housing in land use zones that would otherwise be restricted to single-family homes or duplexes. As the last bullet on the screen highlights, there is a variety of bylaw amendments and policy updates required to meet the legislative changes. Bill 44, formerly referred to as Housing Statutes Residential Development Amendment Act 2023, amended the Local Government Act to eliminate the public hearing process associated with residential development applications that are already in alignment with the city's Sustainable Official Community Plan. And we spoke about this a couple of weeks ago. What I may not have highlighted at that presentation, that the prohibition on holding public hearings also extends to bylaw amendments specifically undertaken to comply with the new small-scale multi-unit housing legislation. So this means that any bylaws that come forward to be amended would not, or would be prohibited, associated with this would be prohibited from holding a public hearing. In relation to the establishment of minimum housing densities, the province's position is that detached single-family houses are financially out of reach for much of the population, yet the majority of local government zoning regulations still exclusively permit single-family detached homes. Bill 44 establishes minimum housing unit densities that a local government must permit on the majority of their single-family or duplex lots to facilitate the development of more small-scale multi-unit housing. The province believes that ultimately this will provide more housing that is more affordable for more people. To comply with Bill 44, the city is also required to produce an interim housing needs report, updating the existing housing needs report that was adopted. That needs to be adopted by January 1st, 2025. Sorry, I thought I was going to have the date that the previous one was adopted, and I don't have it here. It was a couple of years ago. And this interim report will have 20-year housing needs projections included. So once this 20-year housing numbers are available, staff will analyze the existing Sustainable Official Community Plan and zoning bylaws as to whether they already adequately accommodate future housing needs. And if not, the proposed amendments to both bylaws to align with the interim housing needs report must come before council for consideration and adoption prior to the end of next year, so December 31st, 2025. Bill 46, formerly referred to as Housing Statutes Development Financing Amendment Act 2023, introduces new and expanded development financing tools, which are anticipated to impact how local governments plan for and finance development in their jurisdictions. This includes an expansion of the categories of infrastructure for which development cost charges can be collected, including capital expenditures on solid waste and recycling, fire protection, and police facilities. The implications of Bill 46 will likely require the DCC bylaw to be updated to consider what impact the small-scale multi-unit housing density may have on infrastructure and whether the DCCs being collected are sufficient to fund major capital upgrade projects. Bill 46 also clarifies language regarding DCC collection and use towards provincial highway infrastructure if costs shared with the province. And lastly, Bill 46 creates a new development financing tool called an amenity cost charge, or an ACC, which is based upon the DCC model, but could be used to finance capital costs associated with amenities such as recreation or athletic facilities, libraries, daycare facilities, and public spaces like community squares. And similar to DCCs, a local government must identify capital amenity projects to be funded through ACCs, assign costing to them, and determine the assist factor, and that is the portion to be funded from the existing tax base. ACCs must be established by bylaw, and the public must be consulted on an ACC bylaw prior to adoption. The province is clear that ACCs must not be established at rates that could be seen as deterring development entirely. And ACCs can only be collected on development resulting in growth. Again, that's much like DCCs, and the development assessed must be one that directly benefits from the identified amenities. So in short, there's a lot of work to do to establish a bylaw that collects ACCs, and staff do not anticipate having capacity to begin this work immediately. It's on our radar, but it's not something that we're going to jump into immediately. And then Bill 47, which is Housing Statutes Transit-Oriented Development Amendment Act 2023. The easy answer here is that Bill 47 does not apply to the city of Powell River. The province did not identify any part of the city as a transit-oriented area, as nowhere in the community meets the minimum transit services to be designated as a TOA, or a transit-oriented area. So next steps, we've talked about Bill 44 in depth, and we'll get more into detail about it, but the key there is that the deadline for updating our zoning bylaw is June 30th of this year. As I mentioned, we are waiting on housing need methodology from the province to complete the interim housing needs report, which is due January 1st of next year. Following that, it's expected that complementary OCP and zoning bylaw updates to reflect the updated housing needs will come forward for your consideration and adoption by the end of 2025. And as mentioned, Bill 46, the DCC bylaw needs to be analyzed and likely updated to address the density associated with the small-scale multi-unit housing requirements. So I'm going to ask if there's any questions here. Again, this is an overview. We are going to get more into details as it relates to Bill 44. But if there's that high-level question, maybe this is the right time to ask those.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott and Councillor Isakson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director. So the whole DCCs for highways, before that came up, were there times when the city was paying for highways? I thought highways, the provincial government, is that a new downloading, or is that something we were paying for before and now we're allowed to charge DCCs for?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, my understanding is it was a clarification. So it was always an availability to provinces, the province and communities to work together on a large scale redevelopment of a highway. In our community, that hasn't happened. I'm thinking of major urban centers. And so this was something that other communities were suggesting was not clear. And so there's a clarification.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Also questions regarding DCCs and ACCs. So I know that we have a DCC bylaw currently that contributes to sewer, water, drainage, roads, park improvements. But there's also, in some cases, like a voluntary contribution that gets made. And so I know in housing forums that I've been at since being on council, developers have been very clear that, generally they're okay with, development cost charges, but the clarity is so important so that they can cost out things. And so I'm wondering, where does the voluntary, negotiated contribution fit in to the planning process for a developer? And how does that tie into Bill 44? Maybe it doesn't.
Through the chair to Councillor Isakson. Yeah, to be clear, the community managed contribution is something that's made at time of rezoning. It's usually tied to the uplift of value associated with land going from one zone to another zone. Some communities have extraordinary community amended contribution charges that they have built into policies. And I can understand where developers in those communities have a hard time understanding, the true cost. In our community, the ask has been, and generally the give has been about $500 per unit. It is not built into new policy. It's just something that we, a council of the day, began asking developers to contribute, and it was specific that it be put towards an affordable housing reserve fund that the city's established. Probably not apples to apples when we're looking at some larger centers that are charging 10,000 to 15,000 per lot being created.
And just a follow-up question. My understanding is that community amenity contributions are going to go away, or how do they fit in with the shift to ACCs?
Through the chair again to Councillor Isakson. It was an interesting conversation with the province. None of them wanted to touch community amenity contributions, recognizing that it is a gray area. The creation of ACCs was intended to support communities and that were legitimately looking for ways to fund amenities that were missing. So again, DCCs are very much, and even though the categories have grown a little bit, they're still very much service-oriented, where things like libraries and other, public art, if you will, were not being captured under DCCs. And so that is why the province has created the ACC.
And the last question, you mentioned in the report, there's other things you need to work on because there's provincial deadlines. And so this is not in your near future, but it's on your radar. And so can you imagine where this might fit into a multi-year workflow for planning staff, or what might need to happen in order for it to be done sooner?
Through the chair, the advice from the province is wait, see what the development is. Because again, keep in mind that the ACCs are only applicable to new growth. So if we're not seeing large growth, it probably isn't something that is a priority. If we are, and we're anticipating that type of growth, and we have the buy-in from our development community, because keep in mind that this is a conversation with the development community. It is another cost that there may be an opportunity to move forward in the next couple of years. Ideally, it would be sooner rather than later, but I think the comment that I want to leave you with is that we're all hands on deck right now dealing with some other big issues, and I just didn't want council to imagine that next week we were going to be here presenting an ACC or a proposal for an ACC bylaw.
But the week after, right?
2 weeks.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Mayor and Councillor Palm.
Thank you. In listening to what the province is proposing in the way of their bill, and by reviewing the last housing needs study that indicated that Powell River has a significant shortage of housing, and we have not made much progress in addressing that significant shortage. With this new bill, do you anticipate that it will be more onerous to get developers to help meet the needs of housing in Powell River because of additional charges, whether you see it as being neutral or whether you see it as being positive?
Through the chair to Mayor Wasnow. I think I spoke to this a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about the impacts of Bill 44, and I don't anticipate that Bill 44 for our community is going to see a lot of changes. The comment you just made about charges, harkens back to my comment about ACCs. Without ACCs, we're not adding any additional charges. We're removing a public hearing process. We're removing a zoning amendment process for anybody that's trying to achieve 4 units. But if I also could address the housing needs report, and if you will recall, perhaps in September, maybe later than that, November, directors had an opportunity to present kind of what's going on with our department. One of the things I focused on was I'll call it an interim report on how our housing needs report was doing, because we're kind of in the middle of the 2021 to 2026. And in fact, we were almost meeting our targets, largely because of the Veyron development at 141 units. So I acknowledge that and don't expect that we're going to continue to see projects of that scale. But in some ways, we're actually doing quite well in terms of meeting our housing needs. There are a few areas that we're missing, and that would be affordable housing and affordable, a range of affordable housing. So both affordable rental, but also affordable for purchase. And so what we're seeing is that our development community is They enjoy building single-family residential homes. What we probably need to see more of are multifamily shared walls, where the cost point, the sale point price is a little lower than the single-family residential home. So that's really what we're missing right now, is both affordable rental and multifamily for sale.
Thank you.
Councillor Palm.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gal, for your report here today. We live in changing times. There is no doubt about it. All the mandates that are coming down on housing change the landscape for developers. And one of the developers approached me the other day and asked the question, well, with these new bills coming on board, does that mean that Powell River will be eliminating single-family homes? What's your response to that question?
Through the chair to Councillor Palm. Now, I speak specifically to that in the next, but I'll give you a little a teaser here. To clarify, there's not a requirement that a developer build more than one development or one housing unit on a property. They now just have the ability to build up to 4.
They can still build their single family if that's where the market is asking for a profit.
There is not a requirement to build more than one dwelling unit on single-family residential zone property.
Good. I can respond to that developer in that case. Next question, as far as DCCs and our housing prices going up, I think I heard you say that we are not going to be adding to the cost of DCCs and driving up the cost of homes in any regard. Was that the comment you made today?
Through the chair, my comment was more about bringing back an update to our DCC bylaw. So there would be an opportunity for council and the community to consider any impacts associated with updating our DCC bylaw.
All these red tape and other increases in taxation and informal taxation that are driving up cost of homes for affordable youth in our community, and just saddens my heart. And my last question in regards to timelines, bringing this forward for review in, I think it said June or July. Is there a good plan in place for public communication and that process now that public hearings have been eliminated?
Through the chair to Councillor Palm, the opportunity for us to provide notification is still there, and council could decide if they wanted to inform the community that these changes are being made. As I point out, that there is a prohibition on holding a public hearing, and these are mandated changes. And so one might ask themselves, what exactly are we looking to hear back from the community when the province is telling us that we need to make these changes? Like I say, I think there's an opportunity. There's two, I won't say fantastic reports. There's 2 reports on the agenda that we could direct the public to. We could include that on a participate PR page so that the public could read about what our community's doing to address the mandates that are coming down from the province.
So what you're telling me is right now, if the public wants to know what's going on in these changes, they have to refer to our website, and we don't have any public engagement other than that proposed.
Through the chair, unfortunately, the timeline being June 30th that we need to have bylaws updated. At this point today, we're here looking for some direction. Our goal is to come back likely in 4 weeks with draft bylaws, looking for first direction to give first reading. And so you can imagine, by the time we get back here in late April, we're getting pretty close to we are on a very tight timeline to meet that June 30th.
We'll be discussing another item later on today that flex timelines and lack of proper communication. I'm all about communication and making sure our residents are well informed on all of these changes that are coming forward. So I just wanted to express that. Thank you very much.
Seeing no more discussion, on to the next agenda item, and I had all my questions asked. One of the nice things about being in the chair, you don't have to ask questions because everybody else does it. Mr. Gao. On to 5.2, please.
So this, as I said earlier, is the report that we're going to dig a little deeper into Bill 44. And what we're looking for today is direction from this committee as it relates to the bylaw amendments that would be coming forward for your consideration at a future council meeting. I may repeat myself a little bit. I will do my best to skip over where there's a little bit of overlap. Bill 44 requires local governments to permit a minimum of 2 to 6 housing units on lots previously recognized as single family or duplex lots. And the actual number of housing units in a community, is community specific, and I will speak to that shortly. The legislation is aimed at achieving more small-scale multi-unit housing across the province, and the city has a June 30th, 2024 deadline to update its zoning bylaw to permit minimum densities. Province considers small-scale multi-unit housing as a range of dwelling unit configurations, including but not limited to secondary suites, carriage houses, duplexes, triplexes, and townhomes or row homes. Small-scale multi-unit housing is intended to be ground-oriented, meaning a front door meets fresh air. That's a way I've described it before, and ideally compatible in scale and character of established single and two family residential neighborhoods. And we're going to speak to that in more detail a little later on. Small-scale multi-unit housing requirements apply in a restricted zone, which the province describes as any property with zoning that restricts residential use to only single and two family residential. Planning staff got legal advice, which confirmed that all the residential zones in Part 8 of the zoning bylaw and the CD4 residential small lot zone found in Part 13 would meet the province's definition of a restricted zone. The City of Powell River must permit a minimum of 4 units of small-scale multi-unit housing in its zoning bylaw. This is because all of the city's restricted zones have minimum lot sizes larger than 280 square meters, and the transit frequency minimums set out in Bill 44 are not triggered anywhere in this community. This was to Councillor Palm's question. To be clear, a developer may choose to develop a lot with fewer than 4 units, but the city must now permit up to 4 units per lot without a zoning amendment being required. And the numbers that the number of units for, if people are interested in understanding how that is determined, there is a spreadsheet, a flow chart that reflects how this number is determined attached as Appendix B. That is straight out of the policy manual itself. And so yes, it's tied to the unit size or the lot size, and as I said, the transit frequencies. The legislation establishes criteria where some single and two family residential lots would be exempt. And there are examples of those on the screen. The first 3 are tied to heritage-related considerations. The fourth is where perhaps a property is not connected to both municipal and water and sanitary. That lot would be exempt, as well as lots that are larger than the minimum 4,050 square meters. So lots in the A2 zone, as well as lots that are larger that perhaps are in R2 zone, 2 zones. So there are some exemptions in our community, and it's tied to that size there, the 4,050 square meters. That is an interesting number, and my understanding is that if you do the calculation from imperial to metric, a lot of communities use 1 acre as a minimum parcel size. And so 1 acre is just a little bit smaller than that 4,050. And so A1, for example, the minimum lot size is 1 acre. So really, we're only looking at exemptions related to A2 and properties that are bigger than that 4,050. Some other notable aspects to assist local governments, a developer's right to small-scale multi-unit housing density limits is not unfettered, and this means that development is still subject to all other bylaws and provincial regulations such as the BC Building Code, which will play a big role, the Agricultural Land Commission Act, the Riparian Areas Protection Regulation, and Environmental Management Act. However, the density entitlement does apply as of the date Bill 44 became law as far as a restriction on local government's regulatory powers is concerned. And what this means is that local governments cannot retroactively rezone parts of their community to avoid small-scale multi-unit housing requirements. And it goes back to December 7th. So lots to which the legislation applies are based on the zoning that was in place on December 7th. province is clear. Local government powers, development permits, or other land use permits, heritage conservation areas must not be exercised to unreasonably prohibit or restrict the ability to achieve small-scale multi-unit housing minimum densities. To assist local governments understand how bylaw amendments related to small-scale multi-unit housing could be implemented in their specific community, the province released a policy manual and site standards document as a resource. The policy manual site standards are recommendations that local governments must consider prior to amending their bylaws, yet they are not mandated requirements. And we'll get a little bit into the nuance on that but local governments must be able to show that they gave due consideration to the site standards when drafting bylaw amendments, but they retain the discretion to vary from the recommendations when the one-size-fits-all approach is deemed inappropriate for their specific community. And so what we're doing today and in the future meetings that follow related to this particular file represent due consideration. And again, we'll speak to that in more detail as my colleague walks you through the site standards themselves. Most notable recommendations from the policy manual include permission of a broad range of housing types to meet small-scale multi-unit housing requirements in applicable zones, standardized zoning regulations with respect to setbacks, building height, lot coverage, and on-site parking requirements applying to the legislation, review of existing development application processes aimed at streamlining the approval process, from eliminating development permit areas altogether to delegating more authority to staff to approve permits, discouragement of zoning regulations limiting tenure of small-scale multi-unit housing development, and methods of estimating possible increases in density with regards to infrastructure deficits and future capital upgrades. To be efficient, considering the short deadline the province has given for compliance, staff are here today seeking specific direction on how small-scale multi-unit housing legislation will inform and be integrated into existing city bylaws. So just really briefly where we are at. Again, we've talked about the need to update our zoning bylaw to allow for 4 units on all applicable lots. Council is going to consider the 5 other associated zoning regulation areas following my presentation here and guided by my colleague. Staff are also recommending concurrent amendments to the delegated authority for approval of development permits for small-scale multi-urban multi-unit housing. And targeted direction is being sought that will enable staff to draft amendment bylaws and return them to council for consideration. Now, before I hand this over to my colleague, I thought I would just speak a little bit to broader considerations. I'm going to speak briefly on my expectation that Bill 44 will have limited impact on our community, at least in the near future. I'm aware that some communities are really struggling to grasp the full scope of the potential impacts that Bill 44 will have on their communities. And I think this is quite reasonable when you consider that some of these communities in more urban centers where land values are higher and a business case would be supportable in terms of redevelopment of these residential lands to accommodate new growth. In our community where land values are quite low in comparison and the cost of construction being either equal to or greater than these more urban centers, weakens the business case for making the financial investment required to achieve maximum density under the small-scale multi-unit housing legislation. The infill growth the city has seen is best described as purpose-built, meaning it's typically built for a family member, but not as a financial investment. Infill development continues to be steady, but it is slow. Please consider that since 2017, the city has permitted a principal dwelling, secondary suite, and carriage house on most single and 2-family lots, and to date, no property has all 3, at least not legally. So if you're feeling overwhelmed by the idea that the province is mandating us to change our bylaws to accommodate 4 housing units on most single and 2-family residential lots, remember that Powell River has permitted 3 housing units since 2017, and we have yet to feel any impact. So as you move through the next slides with my colleague, ideally with a little bit of ease, please please consider that staff are recommending to permit greatest flexibility in housing type, and then to mitigate the impacts using the city's existing zoning regulations. So with that, I am going to hand it over to my colleague. I will be right here. I think it would be effective if we just saved questions until the end and you can ask them of both of us. But if it pleases council, I'd like to invite my colleague Rachel Pukesh to come and speak to the last bit of our presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. So what we're hoping to do here is to move you as fluidly and effectively as possible through the 6 different areas that we're seeking targeted direction from you on, 5 of them being in relation to zoning regulation, and the 6th in relation to delegated authority for development permit approvals. We have a corresponding matrix that's been provided, and we have identified in the report as well various options, option A in each area being staff's recommended position, and then some alternative options as well. Staff are willing to answer questions on or discuss in greater detail if this committee wishes. Similarly to how this council was moved through budget processes and had a bunch of individual items, let's say on a decision matrix, and then we were seeking your targeted direction in each of these areas that then would be captured in the 2 different recommendations that are at the end of the, both at the beginning and the end of the report. So I'll do my very best. Zoning bylaw regulations is my bread and butter. I live in them every day. So the first section of regulation that we're looking for targeted direction on is in terms of housing unit type. So as Director Gao has explained, the provincial recommendation in the policy manual is that local governments provide as much diversity of choice as to what those housing units look like. That will give the greatest flexibility to developers to choose what they want to build, the cost considerations, the building code considerations, what tenure they'd like to offer, and what the market currently affords in terms of opportunities for them. So the option that is recommended, put forward by staff, is that a variety of housing unit types be permitted across all restricted lots, which, as lined out in the report, it could come in a combination of a single family home with a secondary suite and a detached second home or carriage house with a secondary suite. It could be a duplex with 2 secondary suites. It could be a 4-plex. It could be a triplex with a detached carriage house, so to speak. Any number of combination of those 4 units. The recommendation from the province and from staff is that the smorgasbord of housing unit options be offered, and then an individual property owner or developer can choose which suits them best. If it's the will of this committee, we'd be happy to move through each of these areas and get targeted direction on each of them before moving on to the next.
So questions or discussion right now? Council? Councillor Elliott, Councillor Isakson.
Thank you. So my question around the variety of housing unit types, we've had folks come that want to build like just a second house, single family dwelling, without having to do the zoning because it's a family member or what have you. And we try to point them towards carriage houses, which are smaller. And then if they can fit the house, like depending on the configuration, sometimes it makes more sense to put it in front or behind. The existing house is maybe too big to fit the carriage house. Yep. And then they end up coming back here for decisions. Does this allow for easier options in that regard too? So if someone wanted to do 2 actual homes that are not meeting the criteria that you've put there, do they still have to get a bunch of, do they still have to come back to us to get a variance? Yeah.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, the intention of staff with drafting bylaw amendments would be to try to delegate as much authority and create as much flexibility in the zoning regulations to eliminate those need for variances. So essentially, what we anticipate is if we do offer the most diverse option of housing types, yes, somebody could more easily build 2 separate single-family homes on a lot within the keeping of the zoning regulations in place.
Okay, thanks.
Isakson.
Thank you. So one quick clarification question on this. So that kind of, it sounds like the carriage house, our work on that would kind of be moot. It would no longer be relevant, and the new bylaw would encompass that as an option. Is that correct?
Through the chair, not necessarily. There are other considerations in terms of building a carriage house that one might want to take advantage of. Reduce setbacks. Right now, no development cost charge by virtue of its smaller footprint. So there could be other implications, let's say, associated where someone might choose to build that second home smaller and comply with our carriage house regulations, thereby calling it a carriage house, versus wanting to take advantage of the zoning regulations applying to a single family home and having to comply with those, which generally are more liberal setbacks further distances away from shared property lines and development cost charges.
Okay, thank you. My main question for this one is related to town site. We have a federal National Historic District designation. I looked up the Heritage Act. It doesn't seem to be covered under it. So what does this mean for the heritage character of town site?
Through the chair, our staff's interpretation of this legislation is that there are no protections under the Heritage Conservation Act to restrict the town site lots from also being able to permit up to those 4 units. We do have a development permit area that has been established that seeks to achieve either retention or revitalization of the historic arts and crafts heritage character. Staff's recommendation is that development permit remain in effect so that any new development, whether it was up to a 4-plex on a town site lot, still had to comply with those arts and crafts heritage guidelines through the development permit process.
Thank you.
Well, if let me just throw a question in here because it relates to that one before we go to Councillor Palm. I was aware in Kids Point, particularly in Vancouver, how development densified. So you ended up with some of these big old homes with maybe 3 or 4 suites or 3 or 4 individual units in them. Is that because I had questions about the town site as well, and particularly because there was a suggestion that DPAs may be dissolved entirely, I think, in the report, if I'm not wrong. But is that what could be conceived of for the town site area, a redevelopment, but within the appearance standards that the DPA was intended to facilitate?
Through the chair, conceivably, yes. The provincial policy manual recommends that the local governments try to eliminate or alleviate what they see as overly restrictive regulation, additional steps that developers must take in order to establish this. And development permits area are one of their targets. At a Lidstone and Company legal seminar that staff have taken and to try to prepare ourselves for this, the direction there was very clear, which is development permits remain one of the strongest and most effective regulatory controls that a local government has in having some kind of mitigating impact on how communities build out and especially how they densify. And the recommendation was to try to temper the province's expectations by streamlining the approvals process and have more of those be managed at the staff level rather than having to come in front of council, but to definitely maintain development permit areas as a tool in the local government's toolkit. In terms of a conversion to a town site home, there's still the BC Building Code to contend with in terms of fire separation and the age of those buildings, and so it would be, in some respects, an uphill battle for somebody to actually meet current code in order to do internal conversions to make it into 4 separate dwelling units that met current code. So,
thank you, Councillor Palm.
Through the chair, that's an interesting discussion on our prestigious heritage community. I hope we're not blindsided and getting a bunch of people coming in here mad because this and that is going on in the town site. Anyway, that's another topic for another day. But I have a couple of questions. One is, how do these changes in terms of carriage houses and homes affect height limitation?
Through the chair, I'm happy when we move on to height, which is the third area of zoning regulation, touch upon that.
Okay,
Yeah, we're trying to move just through number one, which is just type of housing unit.
And will you also be talking about parking?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Isakson?
You-
Oh, Councillor Almeida and then Councillor Isakson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question, I guess, if I'm understanding our process correctly, then we're going to need a vote on each of the options as we're going through.
Through the chair, it's the will of the committee how they'd like to move through this work. Staff did think that moving through each zoning regulation area and getting directed counsel or a direction from this committee would be the most effective, because then once we had that direction, it would all be encapsulated in the final recommendation motion, which is that staff are directed to draft bylaw amendments that reflect the 5 areas of direction given.
Thank you.
Hearing no objection to option A, which is the recommendation of staff. Oh, sorry, Councillor Isakson.
Yeah, sorry, I was going for a second time, so I wanted to make sure that the first were covered. Regarding DPAs, I'm trying to remember in the report that the province is not interested or will not allow new DPAs. Or am I, yeah, I'm trying to remember, there was a date like December 7th, 2023, that things couldn't have changed after that. You can't try to circumvent by using DPAs. Am I?
Through the chair, yeah, I think Director Gao commented on a local government can't change the zoning of a property to say a mixed use or a single and multifamily zone, which no longer would have it fall into that restricted zone category. And as well, I believe that local governments are definitely discouraged from changes to existing development permit areas or more development permit areas in a way that was so heavily restrictive that it would unreasonably prohibit somebody's ability to develop small scale housing.
And so, thank you for that clarification. I don't think this is relevant to our community, but in chatting with councillors at conferences that I've been to, there's a move in some more urban areas to use development permit areas to not specify housing type, but housing tenure and having like rental areas. I think in our community, we need as much as we can get. And so adding restrictions like that would not make sense for us. And likely the future of affordable rentals is not going to be led through the private market. But have you seen any other use of development permit areas or like discussions around the potential use of development permit areas as communities think about how this bill might impact them? Like I'm thinking, for example, about the town site DPA in that it serves our community well to protect that heritage. But are there other DPA examples other than the rental tenure ones that that you've heard about other communities using or thinking about using?
Through the chair, development permits are limited to form and character and changes to the exterior environment protection of the natural environment and hazardous areas. I've never heard, I don't believe that a local government has a power through a development permit area to regulate tenure. Through zoning, certainly, there is the ability, local governments have had the ability for some years now to establish rental-only zoning on properties. It's been tried and legally tested, I think, in some larger communities. That said, just as an aside, tenure itself in terms of ownership generally requires the creation of a saleable unit. And when you're talking about multiple units, you're talking about strata titling. And it's quite complicated when there's already an existing home on the property. You can't just build a second unit like a carriage house and just strata title that carriage house. The main home is also strata titled, and because it's a previously occupied building, this council actually retains the discretion on whether that strata conversion happens or not. So this council still has the ability, where small-scale multi-unit housing is achieved through renovation or existing units on a previously occupied property, to retain that measure of control and discretion over whether that property becomes strata titled ownership or retains single title, and therefore the other units end up being rental.
Thank you. I'm done.
So how do we decide on option A?
If I may, I think today, unless there's a strong opinion otherwise, you should consider that staff are recommending option A, and that we're going to move to draft bylaws in relationship to that recommendation. It would be great for us to hear council say that, or this committee say that, but I understand that perhaps today it might be a little bit challenging to give us your direction entirely.
Councillor Elliott, thank you. Mr. Gow.
I recommend the chair just ask if there's any objection to, or if there's anybody who wants to have something other than the option A, and if so, they can put a motion forward. If not, we will assume option A is fine and move to the next item.
Sounds like a good idea. Do we need a motion to select?
Well, if you wanted alternative direction, you would need one because it's not written down.
So if we disagree with option A, then we'll go with an alternative direction. Councillor Palm.
Pass this on into the public sometimes to ask to maybe do a, I don't know where we stand in that regard, but this is the first time we've seen this. Yeah.
I can.
Corporate officer, and then Councillor Isakson or Councillor Elliott.
Chair, I'm happy to assist kind of moving through the process. So the recommendation in the report, so there's 5 areas that planning staff are going to touch on. The recommendation in the report is to refer those 5 recommended options, so option A in all 5 areas, I think each, and to refer that to a draft bylaw that will come to you in 2 weeks' time. So if, as Councillor Elliott mentioned, it might be a helpful system to, if you do have strong objections to any of these 5 sections, to mention it. Otherwise, if you're okay with option A, go through all 5 and then make the motion at the end to move all 5 forward.
Thank you. Councillor Isakson.
Yeah, I think just to allay Councillor Palm's concerns, I think usually staff come to us with a draft that we might influence. They're coming us before the draft even comes to us. And so this was going to come in front of council quite a few times. And I think if it comes to us and when we actually see the language and have specific concerns, there will be opportunities for us to make motions to direct staff to include alternate language. But this is like an early consultation. Would the draft bylaws come back to committee of the whole or to council? Committee of the whole, I see a nod. Okay, so more opportunities for discussion.
Committee of the whole.
Yes.
Councillor Elliott.
Yeah, I really appreciate the process because as staff has indicated, the timeline is so tight that the areas that we might need to draft up in a bylaw where we would normally have a little bit of time to kick it back a few times, we may not have that luxury in time. And so what they're trying to do is make sure the principles that they're putting in the draft bylaws are okay with us. And if we're okay with the principles, then hopefully when they bring back the draft, things will go through smoothly in a timely fashion. I understand that's what we're trying to do here. And the direction today is not to approve these bylaws or send them to council. It's to go ahead and draft them based on these principles. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thanks.
Perfect. On to setbacks.
Okay, so with respect to residential building setbacks, the provincial recommendations are are pretty significant in terms of varying from the city's existing zoning regulations. The provincial recommendations are for significantly reduced setbacks that it feels will allow for maximum flexibility of siting small-scale multi-unit housing on a lot. To give you some examples, the city's current zoning bylaw, and you can see this in a lot of our built-out neighborhoods, if you especially look at overhead orthographic photography, and you can see a lot of our houses are set back almost the same kind of uniform distance, and that's about 5.5 meters has been our standard front setback in the majority of our residential zones. The provincial recommendation is up to a 2-meter front setback to allow more flexibility to squeeze those 4 units in, let's say. It's also suggesting much shorter setbacks on the rear of the yard as well, to provide a developer with the opportunity to either site that building as close to the street as possible with parking behind, or site that building back with parking in front, or a variety of configurations. Staff are of the opinion that these broad stroke recommendations from the province were really intended for a lot of more urban centers with much smaller minimum lot sizes. The majority of our residential lots are a minimum of 730 square meters. Yours, 60 wide by 120 deep kind of lots, and that our existing setbacks, they're in place to try to mitigate impact between neighbors. They're meant to maintain that existing streetscape that exists along our built-out residential neighborhoods, allow for that dedicated kind of landscaping in a front yard, allow for enough space in the back for a dedicated usable outdoor space for outdoor living, as well as to try to avoid any really close proximity, significant overlook into other people's neighbors' backyards. So the recommendation from staff is that the provincial recommendations of significantly reduced setbacks are not adopted by this council, and that we essentially retain the status quo with our setbacks as a way of attempting to mitigate impacts.
Thank you. Mayor.
I think that's an excellent explanation for why staff is bringing forward their option A, and I'm very supportive of that. So thank you.
Councillor Isakson, then Councillor Elliott.
2 questions. One, let's say that we stick with option A. If a developer was interested in altering the setbacks, would they be able to come forward to council with a variance request, or like through the normal channels, if it and then it could be decided if it made sense for setbacks to be relieved?
Through the chair, absolutely. I think you'll see that that's some of the implications that staff have repeated multiple. The ability for an individual case-by-case basis variance to still be considered exists. Yeah.
Thank you. And I guess my one opinion on this, I am generally in favor of, especially in the front, a bit of a reduced setback, only because I have the experience of being a house on my street that is closer to the street than most other people on my street. And everybody loves my backyard. There's always shock about how big the backyard is and how lovely the garden is and how private it is, because the front yard is less useful. The backyard is where garden and recreation happens. And so I've had that experience of what's possible when the setback is less. My guess, I mean, I'd have to do a walkout. I don't know where my lot line is, but it's maybe 4 meters. I don't actually know. Didn't do the walk by today. So I'm actually supportive of maybe not what the province recommended, but I would support something a little bit less, in particular in the front, only because I know very personally what that experience is like. But I'm not like, this is not a hill for me to die on, because I understand that variances are still possible.
Through the chair, to provide a little bit of clarity, our CD4 zone and I believe our R3 town site zone already have setbacks that are less than 5.5 meters.
Yep.
Or same language built in, allowing for front porches and steps to project into a setback.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. So I know we have setbacks bigger in areas that we think might turn into a highway later in the world, and so that makes total sense. I'm curious about whether some housing, like row housing or things that are intended to come out onto the sidewalk, might not work as well with our current setbacks, and if it might be a little bit dependent on the type of housing and whether that's even a possibility.
Through the chair, that definitely is a great point. I think that would be perhaps where the existing streetscape and whether there is kind of rhythm there and what kind of housing is being built would be the basis or the rationale for a variance to be pursued and considered by this council on a case-by-case basis.
So do you think it might be worth having in our bylaws the ability for the director to make decisions if it's certain types of housing? For example, row housing that doesn't have any parking at the front, I'm thinking row housing that you see like in many cities that have they come right out onto the sidewalk and most of the living space is at the back. Having setbacks at the front might make that harder, but you're saying by variance we can still do that. But what if we decided that those types of houses should be decided by the director and not have to do a variance process? Yeah, that's my question.
Well, one thing that pardon me, through the chair, one thing that we are going to be doing is a revamp or a reconsideration of our multifamily development permit area and the language that we have in there with respect to setbacks. And so when you're talking about multifamily or row home housing, that's when that development permit area would be established where any language in there allowing for the reduction of front setbacks could live in a development permit area in the SOCP, rather than being built into zoning regulations. And that discretion then to relax some of those setbacks could also live in that development permit area.
Okay, so those would be not the restricted zones we're talking about right now, then those would be ones where we purposely decided we would like to have that kind of housing.
Through the chair, no.
Okay,
restricted zones could, if this council wills, based on option A that they went with, number one, to offer them the most diverse form of housing, somebody could purchase a 750 square meter lot on Gordon Avenue, tear down the single family home and then build 4 row homes on it. And so from staff's perspective, if all of the other single family homes on that street are at a 5.5 meter setback, then from let's say a shadowing, from a rhythm of streetscape, then maintaining that existing setback would likely be the best way to mitigate impact, even if the housing being built was 4 row homes. But there's always the ability, given the individual lot and the individual development that's being built, to seek a variance, as this committee has seen variances for carriage houses in the front on a street where there's no real established rhythm, therefore no real established impact. So staff are putting to this council regulations that we feel would mitigate or soften, let's say, the impact of suddenly your neighbor being able to build those 4 units on an existing single family residential property.
Thank you.
This may be a bit of a tangent, but when I moved onto Gordon Avenue, I checked the zoning bylaw to find out that most of the houses, in fact, pretty much all of the houses in 2 directions were far less high than the actual allowed or the required maximum height for that area. So people could start building houses with a whole nother floor on them in that exact neighborhood. And I wonder if there's been any consideration of that, probably not exactly in this context, but in that area in Westview probably calls for redevelopment according to the thinking in North America, more than almost any other area in the city. And people could build quite a bit higher there, especially with this kind of legislation. So has that been considered?
Building heights, number 3. Yeah. On our list that we'll get to in terms of staff's recommendation for the zoning regulations. What we're looking at right now is just setbacks, which is building distance from front, rear, and side property lines.
So on to building heights then, if there are no more questions on this.
Here's the hot topic, right? So we do know that this community is a view community. We know that many of our neighborhoods either are afforded ocean views or lake views, and they're very important to people. They're also a means of, in their mind, retaining livability as well as property value. The provincial recommendations are a broad stroke across the board, allow 3 stories, 11 meters high of building height on all restricted zones. Right now, to put it in perspective, the city zoning bylaw allows between 8.5 and 9 meters, and no more than 2.5 stories of building height in all of its restricted zones. Some of our smaller CD4 zones are actually lower than that at 7.5 meters. So an 11 meter across the board. Again, staff's position is that likely this was a, paint every community with the same brush and not take the specifics of view communities into consideration, and the fact that we've got much larger minimum lot sizes where people would have the ability to build out rather than having to build up to achieve those 4 units. So the recommendation from staff is that there is no change to existing building height maximums.
Any questions, discussion on this? Being none, on to lot coverage.
So lot coverage is generally expressed as a percentage of how much of a lot's surface area can be covered by buildings. The provincial recommendations is to set maximum lot coverage between 40 and 50% for all buildings, and on the whole, our zoning bylaw already is there. Okay. What we do have, though, are some stipulations where we're lumping carriage houses into our non-residential lot coverage provisions, and we're restricting the lot coverage of a carriage house to that of garages and workshops, which is no more than 10% of the lot. So staff are recommending a really minor tweak to our lot coverage provisions that are set right now between 40 and 50% for all restricted lots, and we're recommending that goes up to 50% across all. And we're also recommending a change so that the 10% maximum lot coverage applying to accessory buildings only applies to non-residential accessory buildings. That way, any residential accessory buildings have a little bit more lot area to play with. Yeah.
Councillor Isakson.
Just one question. Can you clarify non-residential accessory buildings in this option A? What would those then include? Like things with a foundation or greenhouses, sheds? I didn't look this up in advance.
Through the chair, we define an non-residential, any accessory building that's used for something other than as a residence. And generally, we factor lot coverage into any structure that the BC Building Code would apply to. So anything 10 square meters or larger. Yeah, we generally do, though, give some properties that are at the let's say the limit of soft-sided greenhouses, those kinds of movable tent structures and everything. We generally don't we generally don't factor those in. Yeah.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. So in cases where somebody may be trying to run a business and they have their secondary building is non-residential but business related, would they then like a shop or something, they need to fix things or what have you? How does this factor in to that? I know we currently have restrictions, but if we're trying to be more flexible with the the economic use of spaces along with residential, I'm just curious about a building that might be used for a home-based business. Can they get a variance for that, or how does that work?
Through the chair, the amount of square footage or accessory building lot coverage is always variable. One could say that by removing any carriage house lot coverage from that 10% maximum would free up a little bit more of that 10% space for non-residential accessory buildings to operate that business out of. That said, Part 7 of our zoning bylaw does set maximum square footage for home-based businesses and how much square footage they can inhabit on the property. Okay. Those provisions are all variable. I can't recall the last time that a business indicated that they couldn't operate it in the space that was already on their property.
Okay, thank you.
On to parking.
Okay, so the last section of zoning bylaw regulation does have to do with parking. Right now, parking is regulated in Part 6 of the zoning bylaw. It does set minimum parking, which is to be located off street, so on the site, of 2 parking spaces per single family home and 1 additional parking space per secondary suite or carriage home. So in applying the for small-scale multi-unit housing units, one could see where our zoning bylaw currently would require up to 5 parking spaces on that site. And so the province has identified that parking regulations being overly restrictive are one of the big factors, let's say, that might be in disincentivizing developers from actually developing it, because they would still have to go through a variance procedure. The policy manual from the province suggests a wide range of approaches to parking, probably as their one way of recognizing that there are lots of communities that must permit these minimum densities that are not serviced by significant transit, cycling at a frequent enough period of time, or where, like, this community is very car-centric. And so it's just by virtue of how far away things are and our infrastructure that's in place, the majority of households still rely upon vehicles. So planning staff are not recommending the most extreme option, which is eliminating all parking regulation altogether and letting everybody fight for it on the street. There's other situations and kind of offshoots of that self-regulation that just don't work. You're going to have more people parking on the street, and that's going to stop garbage recycling and green waste pickup. You're going to have more people potentially parking for longer periods of time, that kind of stuff. So planning staff are recommending a bit of a meet in the middle based on the recommendations, which is requiring 1 off-street parking space per dwelling unit, but setting a cap of 3 parking spaces per lot. So that means that rather than the 5 parking spaces right now, one would have to provide to generate 4 units of small-scale multi-unit housing. We would cap that requirement at 3.
Councillor Elliott and Councillor Palm.
Thank you. So this would only apply to the small-scale multi-unit housing that is not required to have anything larger than the small-scale multi-unit housing, like an apartment or what have you, would not be subject to this, right?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay.
Sir Paul.
Thank you, Chair. So just to clarify, option A, up to a maximum of 3 parking spaces. So there was an existing home and they had a basement suite, and both were, basement was rented there. They put in a carriage house and they had two levels with 2 more occupants, 4 units on the property. You could not put in a 4th parking stall?
You could.
Because there is a maximum number?
Through the chair, no, staff are recommending a cap on the maximum number that you would have to meet. Any developer is more than able and willing to provide more than that. We're just saying the maximum that the city would require through a development permit or building permit process would be capped at 3. We believe that there's market factors where a developer was going to be building on a lot, would, depending on who they're marketing to, would likely want to provide RV parking, boat parking, multiple parking areas, and that would be at their discretion. It wouldn't be meeting what could be seen as more onerous municipal parking requirements. That would be of their own volition.
Isakson.
Thank you, Chair. This isn't, I mean, it's tangentially related, but not quite parking. In Appendix B, there's reference to bus stop proximity between 4 and whether 4 or 6 units needs to be required on a lot. And so it made me think of parking, but it hasn't been addressed yet. What is bus stop proximity in Appendix B?
Through the chair, bus stop proximity doesn't apply in terms of within the city of Powell River in terms of requiring more than 4 units on a lot, because the frequency with which that transit service cycles does not meet the minimum set out by the province.
Okay, so it's proximity, but also frequency. There's some other things as well. Okay, so then I think, I mean, for me, this is a situation where a case-by-case basis makes sense because it's not only about transit. We have a lot of single-family homes right now that are right up against our main commercial areas where someone might not need any vehicle. And so I can imagine a situation where where a developer might propose less than 3, but would need a variance in order to achieve that. If it was close to services, I mean, we don't have the bus frequency to necessarily warrant anything different than that. So case by case basis, and again, this relates to many of your items that you mentioned. I would suspect that similar to the Carriage House bylaw, like 4 years from now, you assess what has been coming in, what are the comments of like requests for variances, and is there a way to update it to make things not have to come to council if they seem to make sense generally. So this is one of those things where like, I'm fine. Variances are always an option, and I would be curious to see what sort of variances we get requested over time. Yeah, thank you. I don't think there's a question in there.
Sorry, Elliot.
Bus frequency to be included, is it less than 20 minutes?
Through the chair, my understanding is 15 or less, 15 minutes or less cycle time.
Okay, because I understand we're going to be trying to get more frequent, but not that frequent. Okay, thanks.
Okay, on to DPs, right?
Thank you. This is our last one. Thanks very much for sticking with me here. So as mentioned before, one of the recommendations from the province is that local governments try to exercise as little regulatory, let's say, control over small-scale multi-unit housing. Conversely, staff have been given an opinion from legal counsel indicating that development permits do represent one of the strongest mitigating tools, let's say, in how a local government can manage how their community builds out and how we try to minimize or mitigate impacts to existing single-family residential neighborhoods. So the recommendation from staff is along the lines of streamlining the development approvals process. We already have a number of development permit areas that are delegated to staff in the city's delegation bylaw. So carriage houses are delegated to staff. All intensive residential development in the Edgehill or the CD4 zone of up to 2 homes, 2 properties is delegated to staff, and all townsite residential development permits are delegated to staff. Currently, Development Permit Area 1, which is our multifamily development permit area, which defines multifamily as 3 or more attached units, is not delegated to staff. So the recommendation is that there's a redefinition of the delegated authority, and because our magic number of small-scale multi-unit housing is 4 units, staff are recommending delegated authority, so amendments to the delegation bylaw that would allow small-scale multi-unit housing development permits, so up to 4 units on a lot, also be delegated to staff rather than coming before this council. So administrative development permits right now have a much shorter turnaround time when we get a complete application, and the application fees are also less than half than what an applicant would pay for a staff report and presentation to council. And the main rationale for this is that development permits are not like variances. Once this council has established their guidelines, if an applicant meets those guidelines, the permit gets issued. There's no discretionary approval built in to the development permit if they meet the guidelines. And so staff are looking for direction today to bring back complementary amendments to the delegation bylaw to delegate up to 4 units of small-scale multi-unit housing to staff to issue.
Here.
I just say that I'm very supportive of that initiative. I think it'll streamline things and send a message out to developers that council really has respect for staff's capability in this area. So thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
So when we are talking about this particular delegated authority for development permit areas, we only have town site, is that right? Is that our only development permit area, or?
Through the chair, we have 11 development permit areas. For residential, we regulate in residential development in the town site, carriage houses, freshwater riparian areas, so homes within water courses, as well as Edgehill, the CD4 zone that's considered intensive residential, single-family residential development on smaller lots. We already have development permit areas that regulate all of that residential smaller scale development.
Okay. And so the change you're asking for is to change the amount of time as what we delegate to the director for authority to decide on, and takes some stuff away from having to come to council. Variations are not part of it. You're still using the same standards that are protecting the riparian, are protecting the heritage, that are all of those kinds of things, right?
Through the chair, yes. And staff also anticipate we'll need to update Development Permit Area 1, which is 3 or more attached units, to make sure that those guidelines are as clear and easy and straightforward to achieve for our developers, and that those guidelines are differentiated from, say, it was right now the same development permit area would apply to 3 attached units as Veyron had to meet at Uptown for 141 units. So staff would be looking at how our development permit guidelines right now are applied to varying degrees and scales of residential development, to see how we can try to streamline the guidelines for these up to 4 units, this small scale multi-unit housing, to try to make it as easy, as concise for developers to achieve, and then also to get those approvals at the staff level.
Terrific. Which brings us to the end of the report, correct? And
through the chair, yes, there are 2 recommendations that staff are looking for motions from this committee on, so that we can move ahead with drafting our bylaw amendments.
can we do that here, or does that need to go to council? Okay. Councillor Willett.
I move that members of this committee direct staff to draft an amendment bylaw to the City of Powell River zoning bylaw 2100/2006 to comply with the requirements of Bill 44, and further that the amending bylaw reflects direction received from members of the committee in each of the 5 subject areas as outlined in Appendix C attached to this report.
Mayor, any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Councillor, you want to continue?
I move that members of the committee direct staff to draft an amendment bylaw to City of Powell River Delegation Bylaw 2367/2013 that would delegate authority to the Director of Planning Services to approve development permits for up to 4 housing units where no zoning variances are required.
Second? Mayor, discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. And thank you.
Chair, I have another question.
Oh, do you? Okay.
I do. It doesn't change my vote. It's beside the point.
You already voted.
So when we do garbage pickup and we have a number of cans or what have you per unit, if there's 4 units per lot, do they get 4 bins, for 1 for each unit? And does that fit on the curb and all of that stuff?
Through the chair, I can't answer your question about fitting on the curb, but certainly we do have a process in place that when someone goes through the process to legally declare a secondary suite or finishes completion of a carriage house, because we have regulations that adds an additional residential garbage pickup levy to those annual property taxes, and in relation to recognizing there's now a second or even a third residential dwelling unit, our works yard does deliver another garbage and green waste organics pickup cart to that property as well, because they are paying the additional levy for the double pickup. Yeah.
And then my last question goes back to when Director Gao was talking about perhaps services in a particular neighborhood not really being able to support 4 units per lot in that neighborhood, and it's on the radar, but I didn't really hear. So how do we equitably manage implementation if some folks get 4 in and then all of a sudden the capacity's gone and other folks can't do their 4? That doesn't seem like an equitable plan, and so I'm curious about what we're doing about that.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott. It actually describes how development is happening right now. If a Veyron development goes forward and is utilizing the capacity that's required to build 141 units, it's going to have a downstream impact on development in the area. And so it is just a series of timing and who is in the door first. There's a limited amount of capacity in our system. And if somebody's able to build out 4 units under small scale multi-unit housing and their next door neighbor 2 years later comes forward and the capacity is not there, there may be upgrades required at that time. It's not anticipated that we're going to see that level of impact immediately. I think what we're going to want to measure is where we're seeing that development, and perhaps largely looking at the infrastructure, the major infrastructure upgrades that would support a more equitable approach. But just to kind of frame how development currently works right now, it's not always equitable. You would have people that are able to move their development forward first, and they get the advantage of the capacity that's there. The next person that comes on, if the capacity is not there, somebody's got to upgrade it.
So that begs the question of, can you refuse developments based on lack of capacity? And do we have are we planning to produce a map of where capacity is already limited or severely limited as a result of any of this?
Through the chair, again to Councillor Elliott, ideally, we would have greater access to modeling that would help answer those questions. Currently, the city does its modeling with a third party outside. And so we don't have as great information in terms of understanding the capacity of all our systems. And don't get me wrong, our engineering team has a much better understanding, but we don't have on the ground modeling. Some communities have this in-house and are able to manage it much more efficiently. Ideally, it would be at our fingertips so that when developers are walking in the door, I'm able to sit down and look at them and say, here's the challenges with this site and the density that you need or you're going to want to achieve here. Because sometimes it's not just about where you can only build 3 lots. It's actually this lot might be ideal for permitting 30 lots because the upgrade required to get that density, the upgrade required to even service that lot needs a certain number of units to be supportable. And so I think there's a much bigger conversation about servicing. For now, small scale multi-unit housing is not anticipated that we're going to see that inequitable approach. But it's not to say that we won't see some situations where right off the bat, people aren't able to build out to those 4 units without upgrades being required.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I just wanted to thank our small but mighty planning team. We are ahead of the curve despite being a very small city and even bringing this forward to today. So I just wanted to commend them for doing that because it may seem that you're getting this in a tight timeline to June, but I'm letting you know that other bigger municipalities have not provided their councils yet with the level of detail you've gotten today. So I just want to say that. And then I also want to add that as part of our review of doing the OCP review, one of the things we'll be looking at is a review of our infrastructure, the pinch points. We know we have capacity in terms of water supply and wastewater treatment, but it's the systems and the pump stations and the infrastructure that Mr. Gao is alluding to. And that's an important piece as we look at building out projected growth for different parts of our city. So thank you.
Further to that, I wanted to thank you for making a complex arena or area of consideration understandable to us. And I think that's really remarkable, and I personally very much appreciate it. I think we all do. Thank you, Rachel. Okay, on to 5.3, community engagement reports. Councillor Amita, you look eager.
Eager. I think my report's pretty simple, and I still am recovering from it. Last week, I was privileged and honored to be involved with the Quay Cup that our Powell River Eagles hosted. 8 games at the complex. For those that got a chance to attend, it was some fantastic hockey and just a great community event with every Regal game. They played 5 nights in a row and every game packed the house. I was privileged to be on the ice for a couple of the games and to be in the stands for a lot of them. We unfortunately did not finish on top, losing in a triple overtime on Saturday night, but nobody that was in that building came out unentertained. It was just a fantastic experience. As many people said, we had about 10% of the population of our city there in the building. I like to say one less than the building code allowed. And but it was great to see the community engagement, the excitement, the electricity, and I think the only people that left that night were the ones that had to really be up in the morning or whose bedtime was, very early that day. But that room was still packed at 11 o'clock at night when the game was still going strong, and it was great to see. A great community event, well done by the organizers and the Regals, who are a very young team right now, but to see them come together, and I'm sure they'll be competitive for several years to come. So that was the extent of my engagement. I think I'm still got a little jet lag from the whole experience, but it was a great week.
Thank you, Chair. Not this weekend, but the weekend before, I was at a high ground conference, and a number of fantastic sessions on mental health and substance use, housing, the preparing for extreme heat, engaging youth and local government, a variety of really great sessions. I sat on a panel on housing, representing small communities and just talking a little bit about what was going on for us. And I was on a panel with councillors from Vancouver, Victoria, and Burnaby, and it's very clear that some of the conversations about housing are completely leaving out the impacts to small communities. A lot of the focus, for example, is on transit-oriented development areas, which don't apply to our community. There were two ministers were there for a plenary. Which ministers came? Minister Bowen Ma and Minister George Heyman. And when asked about, the future of the province and housing and infrastructure costs related to doing all of this work that the province is requiring of us, the message is the same. There's no extra money planned except for what we've received so far. Any particular learning I want to share? I think I'll just actually one interesting thing, and I think this is important for our community to reflect on more broadly. Early in the evening, there was reference by former Premier Peckford on this bill going through at the federal level, B6 or C63, the online harms bill, and there was talk about, it seems like it was almost designed to be amended and not to be submitted or passed as originally submitted. And I think one thing that I think about when it comes to rules that our government imposes on us is to keep in mind that governments change from time to time, and we may like something when the government aligns with our views, but if the government doesn't align with our views, then maybe those rules, we don't like them. And so when we think about what rules and opportunities and work that we do, consider that governments change, and we need to be really thoughtful about legislation that we passed so that we are doing it in a way that protects our rights and our freedoms and our citizen safety and freedom from harm in a way that builds balance across different political parties when they're in power. So other than that, I attended the Cut That Community Action Team meeting. We just got an update on some of the numbers in our community, and I know there were a couple of other councillors there that maybe could report more on that. I attended a reburial at Tla'amin Nation. Council was invited to attend a reburial, and a number of us were able to make it. It was short notice, and they were dealing, I think, with some timelines on their own end, and so notice even within their community was not long. But it was just such a touching ceremony to be a part of, and I will share a little bit about it because at the sandwiches and coffee held afterwards, Denise Smith, who leads up land with Tla'amin Nation, said to share what was witnessed with friends and family, and so I guess I'm among friends and family here. It was there were remains of 7 individuals that have been found throughout our region due to a lot through development, people wanting to build a deck, people wanting to building a ramp to the ocean, playgrounds, etc. And so remains of Tla'amin ancestors were uncovered, and explained the process for recovering those remains and treating them with respect, and still being able to help residents move forward with their plans. And so there was a message to want to encourage people and remind people that Tla'amin ancestors are going to be buried throughout this region. And if people come across cultural artifacts or remains, that getting in touch with the nation is the right first step, and it doesn't stop things forever, but it allows archaeology and lands people to deal with remains in a respectful way and allow them to be reburied. And so it was a lovely ceremony with fire, feeding the ancestors, for this remains to be buried in cedar boxes in a large grave at the new cemetery that was recently established, and for all of the attendees to throw in dirt to start to refill the grave, and then a number of people trading off time with the shovel to refill the grave. And they aren't the first ancestors to be buried in that graveyard. The graveyard or the cemetery has been established in a place where there were already ancestral remains, and so there are a lot of long-standing ancestors who are now already buried there. Anyways, it was quite touching and well attended. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I'll go next because I can follow on. One thing that I also attended the reburial, and something I noticed is in what was subsequent to it was that the nation now has archaeological staff, and it is quite apparent to me that they're putting the resources to expediting and allowing for the quickest possible accommodation of people when they do come forward with the suspicion that there could be remains or archaeologically significant elements to a place where they're going to develop. So I took note of that's considerable consideration for people who are developing and changing the landscape, but also there's planning going on so that this can be mapped and people can know ahead of time before this kind of work needs to be done, and it's not a surprise. So I was really impressed by that news. I also attended the community action team, and on Friday night I didn't go to the hockey game. I went to the Woo Woom Festival, which is musical, something that I've been attending for a while. And it's such an eclectic mixture, but very enjoyable. And that's me. Here.
Thank you. So I met with a Fall River resident who, when she was out riding her horse around the West Lake area, was attacked by 3 dogs, resulting in her falling from the horse and suffering significant results. And her riding mate also had a similar experience. The owner of the dogs showed no remorse or interest and disappeared as quickly as possible. So I agreed that I would talk with Clay Brander and see if we could coordinate with our 2 CAOs as well as Sergeant Weeb as to how often this is happening. She was aware of 2 other reports that had been brought to the attention of their society. So I think that's, we'll follow up with our CAO and Brander, but I think in terms of Powell River and Cathette region, really wanted to be a place where people will come and appreciate the outdoors. And this is very important. In this conversation, she also pointed out that one other community in the past have had some very interesting events where it's a combination of hiking, horse riding, cycling, powered vehicles, and you make it into a fun activity, which is just another way of attracting people here. I think everybody's aware of Community Forest has put a lot of money into developing trails. We've got a huge number of volunteers that have been involved with the bomb squad, etc., to make this. So I was really appreciative that she would bring this forward and ask what the city might do to increase the safety of our trails. I met with Ben Carley, who is developing land in Powell River to demonstrate the range of agriculture that can be done in Powell River. And I think he and Carley are demonstrating the ability of our environment and land to produce a whole range of products. They started about 7 years ago demonstrating that you could have citrus fruit grown in Powell River very successfully. So I look forward to getting more information from them, and hopefully I can arrange a tour, invite all of council to go out and look at this, because I think it's really a unique facility in Powell River. I met with the founder of the Powell River Compassionate Society to understand their short and long-term objectives and discuss with them potential funding operations. So the society is to assist grieving parents that have lost a child. And there is a parent organization that has been providing this for a number of years in other areas in Canada, but I was really struck by the importance of having this here in Powell River. So in terms of full disclosure, I have agreed to chair the board, and hopefully they can continue to do it. I know that they've got a retreat that they're offering in September, and within 2 weeks, the retreat numbers were filled up, and they've got a waiting list. So I think it reflects the importance of this type of initiative in Powell River. I had a coffee hour at Quality Foods last Saturday, and delightfully heard from residents about different things that they felt could make Powell River an even greater place to live. So I spent 2 hours with them. There was 18 that showed up, and what was really nice is some had brought little written presentations that I could take home. But I think it really indicated that there are a lot of quiet people in Powell River who don't necessarily get involved in the big social media issues, but really have an understanding of what has made their life here in Powell River important, and in little ways could improve that. I had a meeting with Blaine Coughlin, who is the MP for Red Deer Lacombe. And I was quite interested in his bill that he put forward in the Parliament, which was to protect access to natural products for medicinal purposes. And I was quite keenly interested in this because I did my graduate work on natural products that could be used to treat a variety of cancers. So I really appreciated hearing from him the process that he went through to get this tabled in the House of Commons, and I really hope that it'll move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I give turkey tail to my mother. So I attended the COTHET Community Action Team on March 25th, and our wonderful public health officer, Dr. Molai Kaketla, I think I said it right, was there to provide an update on statistics and so forth for the opioid crises in our province. And she indicated that the worst year so far was 2023, and 2024, although not starting out quite as harshly as 2023 had lots of room to move because not much data was in for our current year yet. We discussed the funding for response going from emergency to one of normalized, or so our community CAT doesn't have to apply every single year now to get funding for the next year. They now have a 3-year term to do their work. And so what we've decided on the CAT is that we will have a bit of a strategic, some strategic objectives to work on over the 3 years. And the next meeting of the community CAT is going to try to use all the membership to figure out what those strategic 3-year objectives might be. And that's going to be on April 29th at the library. For those members of the community CAT that might want to pick a day to show up, that would be a really good one, because it's going to set our sort of agenda for the next 3 years. What else did I do? I went to the Cla'aman reburial ceremony as well, and was really happy I did. I enjoyed the way the whole ceremony worked and the way everybody participates, and the inviting in of the ancestors and the burning of the food and the offerings. I learned quite a lot about the ceremonies that the Cla'aman people do for their burial, and I thought that was really valuable. I met with some business folks concerned about how the airport closure was impacting them, and I wanted to add that perhaps when we're looking at trails out in the regional district, it might be really great for us to pass information and share information about things like you were talking to off to the area representatives. So for example, Westlake is area B, and maybe area B might want to know that information as well. And that's it. Thanks.
Sir Paul.
Chair, just want to mention in terms of safety, the mayor mentioned our network of trails that we all enjoy and love. And I've been hearing all kinds of rumors about wolf packs in south of town, and hearing rumors that maybe they're as close as Cranberry or the town site. So have staff heard anything from conservation in that regard?
Through the chair, Councillor Palmer, if you would respectfully give me the question again, I'd appreciate that.
So the question was, has staff heard anything from our conservation officers in regards to a safety factor regarding wolf pack in our region?
Through the chair, no. We actually had an email from our conservation officer today, and it didn't mention that, but we can follow up and ask.
That'd be much appreciated. Has the regional district discussed this item since it's in their territory initially?
Through the chair, we haven't had that come up at a regional district meeting as of yet. I missed a piece of the last committee of the whole, so.
Nope, well discussed.
Okay, thank you. I am aware of it though. I know it gets talked about a lot out in the regions, out in land. We keep our dogs inside more often than we used to. And it is an issue for sure.
Perhaps something to follow up on. And secondly, just follow up on the Koi Cup. I had a call from Coach English this morning. He was sad that they didn't follow through and triple overtime and go on and soldier on in the hockey wars. But as I said to him this morning, you have done our city. You, Lisa Ann, and all your volunteers and staff have done our city a tremendous service. of bringing that team and that local talent with 16 players locally on that squad, filling our arena, making this city come alive this past weekend. It was absolutely incredible. And the future looks bright because most of those players are in their early 20s. So I just take my hat off to that whole group and for bringing back that team of local talent. And yeah, let's not belabor the point. I'm done.
I just want to follow up on what Councillor Almeida, Councillor Palm said about the Koi Cup. I did meet with a group of individuals that attended that, and obviously there was a disappointment that we didn't win. And the other disappointment was the night where there were 3 overtimes. Apparently they ran out of refreshments at 11 o'clock. So they're hoping that next time more provisions can be brought in. Thank you.
Just to point out, they ran out of refreshments twice. They actually ran out, replenished, and still ran out with plenty of games still to go. So even kudos, I was engaged with the referees during that tournament, and so kudos even to Lori and the staff at the concession stand, because the referees, after a couple overtimes, were not prepared to referee a second game in the same night, and the concession stand was able to provide some cold food to sustain them for that final overtime period as well.
My own son did play in that team. He's off working. Would have loved to see him play. Questions, Mr. Glinski?
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to ask a question. My question is with regard to agenda item 7.1, the C3 forum. When I started working at the newspaper about 5 years ago, C3 forums were open to the public and the media. And as a matter of fact, I think they were even webcast at the time by TV That's Powell River. And as I understand it, Mr. Whitaker was asked not to do it anymore. So that community service wasn't available as of some time ago. Came COVID-19 and the meetings were virtual. And so the public really wasn't able to attend, but I was able to procure links to the meetings to continue to cover it for the newspaper through the corporate officer at the regional district who provided me with those links. And so at the last community forum, I was not able to attend. I am wondering what the council thinks that the C3 forum is going to look like going forward, whether there will be some provision for some media and public participation, or whether the whole works will be in camera and private.
I think it's a work in progress, and I think we also are hoping that the majority of meetings will be open. Councillor Isakson.
Thank you. I think this is one of the things that the working group and developing protocols to be able to come back to our respective councils might tackle. You know, one of the items in there is talking about updating protocols, and so like to be confirmed. But we know that there isn't necessary clarity or agreement. The motions tonight, if passed at council, would help us just move forward. And with the option of not having staff or public present, but those protocols would help us clarify and refine that, because I think there's a lot that we do discuss that would make absolute sense to be open to the public, but we need to develop the protocols around that first.
I thank the councillor for the response.
Councillor Elliott has something to add, I think. Mr. Glinski?
Thank you, Mr. Galinsky. So our community accord talks about from time to time they may be public. There wasn't really clarity around that at all. We did run into an issue where Clallam thought it was unsafe for them to talk about certain things, and it was difficult for them to be public all the time. The issue we now have is we haven't had very many meetings, and we don't really have clarity around the protocols for when they're looking to have private meetings or not to have private meetings. And we need to get to that discussion. And so when we know, I'm sure we're going to share all of the protocols and have to approve them through a duly made meeting prior to them being implemented. But to start with, I think we need to have some conversations to figure out what the other governments have in mind as far as what their needs are. We don't have clarity around that yet.
I thank the councillor for that response. I think what I'm hearing from councillors is that they are supportive of some degree of public involvement or observation moving forward, which would be good. Certainly, I've been able to cover some very important issues at C3 meetings, like Clahaman's request for a name change and other items that were of great community interest. And so my fundamental hope, Chair, is that that will continue on in the future.
Stay tuned and come back in 2 weeks. I know you'll be here. Thank you.
I will. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity.
Questions from the gallery? Mr. Whitaker, please identify yourself.
Yeah, my name is Roger Whitaker, citizen of Powell River, and I have 2 questions. And thank you for having a microphone here for us to come and talk to City Council. First question is, we heard His Worship ask Councillor Isakson if she discussed her motions with Haggis before bringing them to Council. She said yes. The question then becomes, did she have the same conversation with His Worship before bringing these to Council?
No, I did not discuss with the mayor.
Okay, thank you. Second thing is, I've been attending this room, these chambers upstairs and downstairs for more than 20 years now. I took an interest in the politics here when I first moved here in 95. I started coming regularly in 98. I ran a camera for Shaw for almost 10 years. I was a contractor running a camera for the city in this room for 10 years. I have never, ever, ever been to a government meeting, and I've been thrown out of an in-camera meeting in Prince Edward Island, where they began the meeting by the chair saying, if we hear a peep out of the audience, we're going to bring the customer service representatives of His Majesty to take you away. I'm ashamed, doubly ashamed, because the councillor that read that out is the same one that said, where are all the people? Why aren't there people here? And what's ironic about that is 20 years ago or more, there was never anybody in the chambers, ever. There just wasn't, unless it was a development permit meeting, which are going to be now put away with. Those were full. So you wonder what happened to our city council. And now they begin to discuss a provisional government to go have secret meetings. The question is, what has happened to our city council? And I'd like you all to think about that, because it's not good. We only have another 2.5 years to suffer this before we get a chance to say thank you and goodbye. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. I think I explained my reasons for the statement that I think I explained the reasons I made for the statement that I made at the beginning of this meeting, and I'm not going to repeat them. And I agree, your question is philosophical. It is something for us all to think about and all to take responsibility for, sir, because it's not just here, it is across our society, and we can be an example of doing things with decorum and order. And I very much appreciate how that happened this afternoon. That is respect, and that is something that we really, really need to foster again.
With all respect, sir, I think I'll be putting a letter to the editor on this, because like I said, I was thrown out of an in-camera meeting, which was actually a constitutional back when this was all coming to head back in the Charlottetown Accord was being discussed. And I didn't know what an in-camera meeting was, but I certainly found out that day.
Thank you. Councillor Paul.
Mr. Winokur, I just want to express my sincere appreciation of your historical perspective.
Yeah.
And comments in regards to what you just delivered. Hit me right here. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Please identify yourself and.
My name's Ellen Gould. I live a block from here, if that helps. Means I can go back and forth. Energy Democracy for BC submitted an email, and emails used to be part of what was presented to council. So did we miss the deadline, or I'm just basically asking about protocol, because to sneak it in, we're interested in seeing that C3 meetings and working groups happen, because our organization is all about getting something like the Columbia Basin Trust here, which is based on cooperation among regional districts, cities, and First Nations. So however it happens, we want to see it happen. So I'm just wondering, like, what happened to that correspondence? Like, we might have been late, which is a hazard of being a volunteer board, needing approvals. But if you're having another meeting about this, is there any mechanism for that correspondence to be brought forward to the council meeting where you're going to decide on those motions?
Thank you, Ms. Gould. I think this is a question for staff.
Through the chair, do you know when you sent the email?
Friday?
Friday?
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't gotten through all the emails from the weekend yet. The deadline for inclusion on an agenda would be the Monday or Tuesday of the week prior. But if the request was to go on an agenda, it normally would for the next one that comes up.
So is that possible? Can I kick it forward to the next to where this is going to be discussed formally, and the other people who missed the deadline, on behalf of people who aren't here, could that correspondence be presented to council as well?
Through the chair, yeah, that gets, you'll get a response once we get through. I think there was quite a bit of correspondence received over the weekend, so, but we do respond to everyone.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Bob Bombardier, through the chair, council, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I have one question, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I believe C3 was started well before the Coahoma Nation signed its treaty, correct? The C3 meetings were continuous and getting a lot of stuff done and talked about prior to the new council being elected and the name change coming forward. This is when the C3 meetings more or less stopped. When this council was elected, I know the previous mayor had many meetings, as well as the C3 getting a lot of stuff done. The C3 meetings today could still be going on. There is nothing stopping them from going on today. So I asked Councillor Isakson, why do you feel that your motion is going to bring the C3 back together when it could still be meeting today?
Through the chair, I mean, quite frankly, we haven't been meeting. And so I'm trying something else to try to get things going again. And so evidence so far is based on current guidance and understanding and agreement, we are not meeting. And so this is my attempt to change that pattern.
Through the chair and the council, the only ones really stopping the meetings from going ahead is the Coahoma Nation. There is no one here that would not sit down tomorrow and have a meeting. There's no one from the regional district that would not sit down tomorrow and have a meeting. The only ones that are stopping them is the nation.
I mean, none of us here can speak for the nation, so I have no response to your comment.
I will say this one thing then. If we do get this going again, these doors are open. I can go to a regional district and sit and listen to any meeting. If Clahaman really wants to have open dialogue, they need to open their doors so that anyone else could also go and sit in and listen, because they can come here and sit and listen to our meetings at any given time that they want. Just a point. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bombardier. So the previous council, which I was also a part of, had also not had a C3 in quite some time prior to the election. So we had stress on that relationship prior to the election. The stress on the relationship between Clahaman and the city at this time is landed us in a situation where we're not meeting, we're not talking, we're not able to sort out how we might make that go forward. It's in the best interest of all of us to have a better relationship. So we're trying to find ways to mend that bridge, figure out how we can get back to talking again. We don't have all the answers, and so that's where we're at. We're trying to get some, and we need to have some conversations to figure out what can be done to sort that out. I think we're all in favor of having as public and open meetings as we can. We're not entirely sure which meetings are important to be private from the perspective of the other government, because we haven't had a meeting to talk about that. And so I think we'd all agree that until we sort out the protocols and how we're going to do this so that they actually can move forward, we're not going to have good answers for you. Thank you.
Just as a follow-up, perhaps the CEO can elaborate. I know that council in discussion with the CAO said we were very open to breaking bread with the Clahaman Nation, and that was put forward to them, and I understand, and I'll ask the CEO to confirm that they asked that they have some time to think about this, but aren't ready right now to meet with us.
Through the chair to council, that's correct. Due to the heat in the community, there was a desire for a pause to allow temperatures to come down so that we could continue government work that is beyond the current political climate around the name change question. Thank you.
Mr. Edwards.
Current Council, Don Edwards. I would like to ask the question: is this council's main focus on Clahaman? Because you know I've attended a lot of meetings, and 2/3 of the meeting is taken up with what we should do for them. You know what? We all count. We're citizens of Powell River, but you know what? We don't count. How many times has there been things brought up here, like the seawalk, or paved roads, the sewer line that broke down here where the road is almost impassable? I never ever hear one thing in this council about, you know what, maybe we should spend a little bit of money in town fixing some of our pothole roads, the seawalk where hundreds of people walk every day, that's full of boulders sticking up where you trip over. The whole focus of this council, to me, is Clahaman. And I think it's wonderful that we're communicating. But don't forget, there's another half of this story, and that's us, right? And nobody talks about the needs of the people in the city. That's the way I see it, and I think a lot of other people see it that way too. I never ever hear mention of maybe spending a few bucks fixing a few roads or anything. Focus seems to be all out there. I personally think it's unfair. My opinion. My last question, or my last statement, I would say, you have a 5-minute recess there in the middle of the meeting. You people all go and have your snacks. I think you should supply them to us.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. I'd just like to address a couple of the things that you said. One is that the roads, I believe we have a $1.7 million budget for road repair this year. That's a fair bit of potholes fixed.
Can we get at it?
What, pardon?
Can we get at it?
You'll have to talk to the man behind you. And as far as the seawall goes, there's still studying going on with that, but we also have $800,000 budgeted for the renovation and rebuilding, actually, of the seawall to make it more resilient to winter storms like the one that clobbered it 2 years ago.
You know what I think would be really nice? If some of those things were communicated to the citizens, so we know that maybe something's going to happen in here too, right?
I'm looking across the room here. Good news. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Council, thank you for letting me ask this question. My name is Diana
Your name is, please.
My name's Diana Collicutt, and I live in the town site. I have to just do a little preamble here. So I want you to know I support reconciliation processes and the right of the First Nations self-determination, self-governance, and their directive over their own culture, their language, education, and childcare for their people. But as a Canadian, I believe in our country of Canada, its governance system, and its Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And democracy is why we're here today. And we're part of your electorate who actively participate by way of Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms in democratic processes and our city's governance with respect to decision making. So all of us with differing opinions and points of view have rights to our opinions, and we all have a right to be here today. It's too bad other folks left because this is probably the best part of the meeting. But with all due respect, I do have concerns about the ability of some councillors based on their personal interests, which may influence their exercise of public duty. My concerns if they are able to be objective, transparent, and unbiased in representing and serving the best interests of the city electorate in the C3 meetings. Councillors Isakson and Elliott, with respect to the notices of motion regarding the C3 meetings, my question is, how will you be accountable and transparent to the electorate about the city's governance affairs with the First Nations government? How will you be accountable to and serve in the exercise of public duty?
Ms. Collicutt, I think what you're asking is if I can't sit in the meeting or if the public can't sit in the meeting and watch the entire meeting, how can I be sure that you're representing my best interest? That's your question.
That's right.
Okay. So I am always transparent and always happy to meet with anybody to talk about my perspectives. My experience with Indigenous communities is not limited to here. It's across 2 provinces and across the country. My life's work has been to learn about how Indigenous rights are accommodated in our governance system, and the way we have been changing from a system that previously left them out and trying to include them. The inclusion of government to government conversations with our neighbors is evolving. It isn't going to stay the same. It's going to change. And we don't have a roadmap for that. And the process for making decisions here at the city is not at the C3 meetings. So when I come and represent my voice and my vote for what I'm voting for here with all of you present, I'm being held accountable and people can see what it is I'm standing for and why, because I will explain it. And I've always been very good at that. So I don't see a conversation needing to be seen by absolutely everybody as being a necessary part of being open and transparent. So the decisions that are going to get made as a result of any of those conversations are going to get made here in council, open in public. And that is the point we've been trying to make all along. So at this point right now, the BC government can come talk to us anytime and they decide whether they want it to be closed or not closed. That's not up to, like, they can just tell us it has to be closed. The federal government can do the same thing. So we already treat them different. We already treat the Coahoma Nation differently in that we have rules to tell them when they can be in camera or not, but we don't apply the same rule as we do for the other levels of government. And so that allows conversations to happen that the other party is comfortable with. We decide what we do with those conversations and how we bring them forward and whether we're going to make decisions based on those conversations. And if we are, it has to come back here. Because this is where we make decisions, right here in front of you. Thank you.
And I'd ask Councillor Isakson as well a question.
Oh, Councillor.
Yeah, similar responses as how Councillor Elliott ended. Our decision-making deliberations happen in this room, and so I'm not afraid to ask questions, share my opinions. I talk a lot in these meetings, and so I think the public knows where I stand and what influences my decision-making, because I'm not afraid to share it here. This is where decisions get made in the view of the public.
And with all due respect, you indicated that you had not spoken to the mayor about setting up the working protocol group. However, you had spoken to the Haggis. So why did you not include the mayor in that idea for a decision?
Because we can have this conversation here, whereas Haggis John Hackett is not part of the decision here. In order for me to put something forward that is worth putting forward, I need to make sure it might land, like that it might land okay out there. Again, he or their executive council haven't seen the exact wording, but I hope it's sufficient enough to open a door to start those meetings. And so that's why I had to check there, but here this is where we make decisions, but Haggis isn't here to take part in those decisions.
Just make a quick comment. The first time I saw it was on our agenda as well. Councillor Palm.
That's an interesting discussion. Councillor Isakson, I'm going to ask you one more question that's important to me. We have found out today that you did not approach the mayor in this regard. Did you approach any members of staff with this proposal?
I guess I talked to our CAO to be like, is this necessary? Like, is there anything in here that might pose a problem? But I don't think staff saw the motion. I mean, the staff didn't see the motion until I submitted it for included as a notice of motion. Yeah.
So I just have to say I'm greatly disappointed that, in my perspective, you've overstepped your boundaries as a councillor, not going to the mayor, not directly going to staff.
Point of order.
Express your
point of order. Councillor Palm, we'll hear the point of order, please.
You're speaking to due process, and a notice of motion delivered well in advance is actually the preferred due process for notifying the rest of council when you intend to bring a motion forward. Councillor Isakson followed due process to the letter. that's how we notify the rest of council that we intend to bring a motion forward. The work that someone does in communicating with community members prior to putting their motion together is up to each councillor to decide. I think you're being inaccurate when you say that.
I'm trying to explain.
Okay, this is up to the chair now, Councillor Palm, to
Can I just finish?
be clear on. No, one moment, please, because the point of order is the issue on the table right now. And if council does not agree with what the presiding member decides, then the presiding member can be overruled, and we can follow another path. Because we had this happens at the regional district as a matter of course. Notices of motion have been used for years and years down there, but until this term, it hasn't happened here. We did have these two motions as notices of motion 2 weeks ago, so there was plenty of opportunity for anyone at this table to discuss that between ourselves, including between any councillor and the mayor. So I think that there was plenty of opportunity, and that the point of it being inappropriately delivered is moot at best. And I'd like to hear the mayor's, from the mayor and then from you.
Thank you. So from my perspective, and I've talked before at council, that the charter lays out that the mayor has leadership responsibilities. And with 40 years of government experience back and forth, normally the leader of one government body and another government body are kept in tune. So if an initiative is being set to Kalaman, it would be normal procedure for the councillor or the CAO to advise the mayor that this was going to happen. Because if the Haggis picks up the phone and calls me and I don't know anything, then it really diminishes the leadership position of the mayor. So to me, that is the situation here, is whether or not council as a whole believes that there's any value to the charter specifying that the mayor has leadership abilities and therefore normally is the one that would be in tune with the Haggis or Mr. Brander, like that. So to me, that's the gist of this conversation.
Councillor Palm, do you have an answer for?
I'm trying to get to where I was going to get to in the end, and that is, in terms of the mayor's comments, yes, he is the captain of a team that was elected to represent the electorate of Powell River. And if you're going to bring a intergovernmental motion forward, you need to be a team player and bring the team into the equation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Any further questions from the gallery? Are there is there anybody online, Mr. Salon? No? Oh, Mr. McClay.
Dave McClay, live in Westview. It's been 27 months since the seawalk was damaged, and I want to know when they're going to do something about it. It's a bloody tripping hazard down there, and I use it every day. And I get the same answer all the time. I've talked to the mayor, a couple of councillors, and it's always the same, archaeological. Can't somebody speed that up or something like that that's used by so many citizens in the town?
Okay, this wasn't exactly on the agenda, but it was brought up, and perhaps the CAO has an answer for this question.
Through the chair, I will also rely on Mr. Berteg, who's behind me to the right. Our speaker is correct that We are under the jurisdiction of the province. The Heritage Conservation Act basically surpasses any legislation we may have, and we are bound to follow it. And unfortunately, it does take the risk of going contrary to the province and putting ourselves at financial risk. There are things that we are required to do. Similar to what Mr. Gow said with the Bill 44, there are things that we are required to do with the province. We are, I guess, as they call us, children of the province. So some of these issues that you speak to are from a higher power than ourselves. So I'm not sure. I'll look to my colleagues to see if I'm on point there. Thank you.
Yes, definitely on point on that topic. We're still dealing with the archaeology branch as well as a DFO and our environmental consultant. We are getting closer to getting some final answers, and the hope is that we can go out to tender with construction happening into the summer and into fall, depending on the environmental impact of the work. So I don't have anything totally definitive because we're still awaiting some answers from archaeology and DFO.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just a question to our CAO. Has Nicholas Simon been made aware of the time that the city has been waiting to get approvals so that it can, correct and do the work that a large number of people would benefit from?
Through the chair to Mayor Watts, no. To my knowledge, no. But if that's happened in the prior to me being here the last 6 months, no. So if that's something that we feel would advance, I will say from experience of having worked for the province in the branch and the ministry, not in the branch, but the ministry that houses the archaeological branch, they are a much decimated crew. And I say that with all due respect to the province, but they have a backlog that perhaps precedes definitely the last 5 or 6 years in terms of the capacity to process applications, and yet we are bound to get their approvals. So, and I say that with all due respect to the professionals at the branch. And I know that I've worked for bigger municipalities who have had similar but different challenges, and sometimes we are just in a queue. So I don't know, but it's worth with your connections to see if we can advance. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the issue there would be to ask Nicholas Simon, given that the province is spending hundreds of millions of dollars on a large number of initiatives, if they couldn't allocate a small portion of that to increase the staffing level of that department to really facilitate. I expect that Powell River is not the only community or regional district that's going through the same degree of angst. Thank you.
Seeing no more questions, we're on to item 9. Would someone like to read this motion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. I move that council move into a closed meeting to discuss matters covered by the community charter under section 91. J, information that is prohibited or information that if it were presented in a document would be prohibited from disclosure under section 21 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second. Councillor Almeida. Discussion, seeing none, all in favor, unanimous. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Almeida. Second. Councillor Isakson, all in favor? Unanimous. Any opposed? Seeing none, unanimous. Meeting's adjourned.
Or what, sorry? Oh, back.
The two of them.
You mean the part where I asked, should we scrap the whole project and throw it all away? Or should we move forward? No, we want to move forward. Okay, well, just so we're